guys, what's going on? F1 My Pawn here, and welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had managed to break through and escape from the holding cells of Drukhari, or quote-unquote holding cells, for where humanity has been basically put into an arena to fight for, whatever purposes they want, but I digress. We managed to do quite a bit, and I would say I am quite happy with the results. For this stream, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be finally escaping into Realspace, and we're probably actually going to rebuild our character just a slight bit, if only to get ourselves ready for the power armor. Because at this point, we're probably going to get power armor, and we'll have to see how things pan out. But I digress. Without further ado, let's get into things and see what happens. Just give me a hot second. I'm just checking to see how the streams are acting up. Reload that. There we go. Okay, everything seems to be working accordingly. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Alright. Let's get into things and see what happens. Alright, so as you are aware, we did manage to help a Candle, and we managed to convince Yurlet that, both of them are guilty of something, and, well,
rise to the top.
It's fine. We can move on. They accepted their losses and are going to grow as people, I would imagine. Or at least I'm hoping they will. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like there's much here, so we're just going to have to march on and pray we're going to be fine. We'll see. We'll see how things pan out. My expectation is that we will be perfectly fine, though.
Money to be made.
Alright, a Lore Xenos check here. Gonna save here under Stream 23. And yeah, let's do this. Alright, starting off, let's disable this. It's a guaranteed check, it seems, so that's good. That's convenient for us. Alright, let's break this open. We managed to get a few items here and there, nothing too crazy from the looks of it.
This is intriguing.
Oh, we've got a trap somewhere? Oh, I ran into a trap by accident. My bad. Okay. Well, that's fine. There's a good reason why I saved. It's for these sorts of situations. So it's all good. It's all good. Alright.
I know how to take risks.
Alright, disable.
Just as I planned.
There we go. Grab the items here.
I always keep my options open.
Alright, there we go. Now we do find the trap. And now we can go over and see what's up. So we're just going to march our way carefully across here to disable this.
That's how it's done.
Nice.
So
we're going to keep getting that noise because Yurlet is currently at 0 experience, and I have forcibly just made it so she doesn't get experience. Or rather, I haven't leveled her up for that specific reason. It's slightly annoying that it has to make a noise every single time, but I don't really mind. Whoops. Okay, that's another trap we failed to perceive. Dang. Oh well, I guess Yurlet's gonna have a crippled leg for a while. I'm not really fond of reloading all that, that's for sure. It's fine. Yurlet having an injury is not a big deal for us.
I will lead us to fortune. Success is the only outcome I accept.
There should be some stuff around here. Oh, there's something to activate here. Interesting. Let's save and investigate. I am mildly curious what we're going to find here.
I know how to take risks.
Alright, activate. And we get access to this. which is a Desolation Blast Pistol, a Sharpshooter Rifle, and a few materials that we could certainly
Always
use.
Keep your eye on the price.
Alright, we also got more, you know, fodder materials. Nothing that we need. But we'll keep going, all the same.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, we got a Medicaid check here. Let's do investigates. Why not? Alright, let's see. Medicaid 67. I do believe that's a success. The corpse was disassembled and reassembled, apparently while still alive. Numerous stitches and burns indicate that the surgeon was not concerned with humane treatment. Yeah, as you can imagine.
I always keep my options
Not exactly
open.
the most pretty of situations. The view of the intertwining and intricate passages of the labyrinth fascinates and draws the eye. Not
Rise
much,
to the top,
but,
or get
you know, I
left in
guess
the
it makes
dust.
sense to some. Maybe. Regardless, off we go.
What do we have here?
Alright, we got a landmine. We'll save just to be safe, so that way we can disarm this properly. And we'll go from there. Nice.
Miscalculations are for commoners.
Alright,
I don't make mistakes.
disarm this.
I make profitable learning experiences.
Alright, that's a fail on our part, it seems, but that's perfectly fine. We can easily reload, and we'll be perfectly good to continue. That is the assurance. Okay. Let's disarm this. Come on.
I always get
There
the
we
job
go.
done.
Easy peasy.
Keep your wits about
Now, that is the Reaving Tempest Spire done. And we've still got more to go, so we will save here and then get going. But yeah, we're basically getting through to escape here. We got everybody. Let's go up. Alright.
This is intriguing.
Speak, Elantak.
I know how to take risks.
Alright. Let's disarm here.
I won't let it define me.
Is what I would say if we had succeeded, but I guess not. We've certainly got quite a bit to do.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Still another failure, jeez. Okay. Apparently, the game really doesn't want us to disarm that. Even though I am going to do it regardless.
I will lead us to fortune. I'll learn from this
Seriously?
mistake.
God damn. I'll have to check to make sure the check isn't that bad, but worst case I might just increase my check to Xenos just for that sake.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Alright, come on.
Just as
There
I
we
planned.
go. Yeah, no, the Xenos check was a 50-50, roughly. Okay, that would explain a lot then. Alright, let's save here. Alright, we're gonna
The
move
songs
your
of
lead
my
over here.
ancestors.
I know how to take risks.
And we are going to...
What a peculiar thing.
Yeah, we're gonna go
Always keep
nuclear
your eye
here.
on the price.
Alright, let's burst fire these tormented
So if
captors
not
here.
me,
Akandil is gonna have a rough
there's no
time.
right to exist.
Thankfully, it does appear that a candle has decided not to fight, which is perfectly fine by me. Alright, we are currently in full cover. We're going to move up here just to make sure we're a little safer. Alright. Hecatrix is moving in, it seems.
Is my treat.
And we should be fine, all things considering.
I'll make you howl.
Alright. We're going to start by moving up. We can do a full-on AoE here. I'm going to start with a single shot.
As good as done.
Just so I can continue stacking up versatility charges, which is exactly what we need, more than anything.
On it.
There we go.
Let me educate you on the art of My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
And I will do a run and gun just to make extra sure that we're getting hits in.
Who if
There we
not
go.
me?
We've missed that, but that's perfectly fine. We can easily use cautious
I'll
approach
see to
here,
it personally.
and then we're on the defensive. How is our defenses now? It's at 115. Nice. That'll work. We're gonna move Yearlet further back, so that way she's not targeted intentionally. But other than that, we should be fine.
Your suffering will sustain me.
Alright.
I am a prey taker. You are mine now.
Malice drives me.
Well, they seem dedicated to trying to deal with us, but to no avail.
I can't stand it.
We are the bane of lesser creatures.
Oh, they've managed to actually get far enough to actually come at us. Okay, cool. Ow.
Quick, quick way.
Not a fan of that dark like lance, but whatever.
Their
We'll
death
live.
won't be easy.
Ow.
Bow to me.
Let them tremble. Didn't even flinch.
Alright, well, to start off with, let's heal. Goodness
I'll
knows we
make
need
sure
it.
to return the favor one day.
Alright, let's activate
I'll make
Reckless
it happen.
Rush, so that way we can reduce the amount of necessary
On it.
charges for Wildfire. We can do a full-on blast here, and we should be fine.
Who, if not me? It was inevitable. The best defense is a good
Offer you
offense.
the real pain.
Alright, we are gonna then make a shot at... well, anyone, really. Well, that's assuming I even want to do a shot. I'm actually going to swap over to Sword and Board here. Oh, Sword and Board's really horrible, though. I'll just do a pot shot here. It's fine. There we go.
I will tear your heart out for this.
Alright, there we go. That'll bring us up to 5 stacks of versatility. That should help quite a bit.
Nobody escapes us.
Alright, here, let's just
I
keep going
approach
as
the
far as you
designated
want,
position.
really. Avoid the focus of targets, but yeah, we'll be fine. We now got the sword and board advantage, so we should be cool here.
Bring agony.
Alright. Nice.
Your suffering will sustain me. I am a prey taker.
Ooh, there she goes.
My path.
I had a feeling that was gonna happen.
Hold on. Stay with us.
Oh well. It happens. I'm not too surprised she went down so easily, no less. Ow.
I'll do what it takes.
Not a fan of that, I must admit.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
Okay, parry.
Unbearably painful.
Ow.
My soul hunger beckons.
Man, these guys are good and accurate today.
Your death is approaching.
Ow.
I'll brush this off.
Alright, let's save here, because this might result in us having to suffer quite a bit. We're going to save under pain here. Naturally. Okay. We're obviously going to want to heal, because goodness knows we need to make sure we're topped up here. Okay, we're going to activate Reckless Rush. Alright.
On it.
There we go. We activate Wildfire here. And then we do another swing. Even if it doesn't hit, that's perfectly fine. The more stacks we get, the better. So that's what we're trying to aim for here.
Pain is all.
Okay, and thankfully the Thrall Masters will be less inclined to attack us, I believe. Because, well, yeah, no, we're because of everybody surrounding us, thankfully they're not interested in firing into melee and risking their allies, which is exactly what I was hoping for here. Alright, we're gonna go for a single strike.
It's as good as done.
There we go. Activate
I'll make it
Wildfire.
On it.
Alright, run and gun. Okay, it seems like we're, okay, so we need more attacks if we can. Or at least more points that we can invest into things. Otherwise, we're just gonna run out of, or we're gonna waste, AP, which is not cool. Although, I guess having that extra AP doesn't hurt. Because that way we can heal whenever we need. But, yeah. Things are pretty chaotic here.
Exhilarating!
Okay. Alright, I guess I could go ham here. We're gonna save here. Well, no, we're gonna save under pain. We are gonna activate... Yeah, let's activate Reckless Rush here. We will turn off Cautious Approach here. Swap over to Gun. Alright, we'll do a bolting run here. There we go. Oh, we've lost our cover.
I'll make it happen.
Alright, there we go. We now focus on the Kabbalite Shooter. In fact, I'm going to activate Concentrated Fire for this. And maybe even Rapid Fire here. Yeah, we'll also do Surefire Plan. And just help the ever-living hell out of the Kabbalite. There we go. Nice. Activate Revel and Slaughter to increase our stack amount. Swap over to Sword and Board here. Let's go. This is probably going to cause us a little bit of pain. I'm not too surprised if it does. But hey, we're doing the best that we can.
Nobody escapes us.
Ow. Okay, Thrall Master's going to move, trying to get an attack in. Ow. We managed to get hit by the Dark Light. Not too surprised. Alright, there we go. They are going to get into position to try and attack us, as expected. Thankfully, our parry seems to be carrying us for the most part, so that's good. Alright. We'll start by activating a heal here.
I owe you a debt.
We're going to swap to a gun here. I would target the Kabbalite Sharpshooter, but I don't think I can. Alright, let's activate Reckless Rush here. We will go for a Sword and Board style here. There we go. Nice. We will activate Steady Superiority here. Revel and Slaughter to combo it real nice. We'll do another AoE here. Nice. And then we will activate Wildfire. And really ruin their day. In fact, I'm actually going to activate Surefire Plan. So that way I can increase the damage output. Dealing over 200 damage. We will swap over to a sword and board here. Or rather a gun. Well, actually, no. We need to wait until our next turn, but we can activate this at least, so that way we are playing on the defensive for a bit. Trollmaster's going to try and fire at us, but to no avail. We've got the evasion for it now. They are really trying to get their hands on me, but they're going to have a rough time of that.
My soul hunger beckons.
Alright. We're going to activate Reckless Rush here. We want to move... Well, first, let's actually swap to our gun here. So that way we know what we can target. We're going to move all the way over to here, provoking. So that's fine. Alright, we're going to activate Cautious Approach here. There we go. We'll start with an attack here. Oh, right, I completely forgot. I should activate this, so I've got the best results here. Activate Revel and Slaughter. Bada boom. Let's just do a pot shot here. Am I in offensive? I am in offensive. Okay. Let's just do a pot shot on the Thrallmaster here. There we go.
I'll make it happen.
Let's activate this. There we go. That should help us with the attacks here. There we go. Bada boom. Done. Nice. A one-man army, as you can tell. A very, very strong one-man army. But that's the fun of just being solo. You can feel like an actual, like, CAD when it comes to this sort of stuff. Ah, well. For now, let's save, let's investigate, and we should be good.
Success is the only
In front of you is part of the Xenobot device that controls the traps in this deadly place.
That's how it's done.
Okay. Gonna save here, actually, before we go forward.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Okay.
Just as I planned.
Nice.
I always keep my options open.
What's this?
What
This
do we have
is
here?
just random assortments of items. Lovely.
What's a peculiar thing?
The Bestar Stell emits a subtle humming sound. As you listen, you feel your head about to tear apart in unbearable agony. The sound is resonating with something in your mind.
Let us not do
None are better at searching.
Interesting. Drukhari, pretty interesting situation.
I know how to take risks.
Alright.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
That's a definite load. We failed the check, which is actually arguably easier than the one that we had to deal with over by the entrance. Oh well. We'll be fine. Although we could certainly do with increases to our stats, though, I would imagine. Those sorts of things would be appreciated in our case.
I will lead us to fortune.
Alright.
I always get the job done.
Disarm this.
Success is the only outcome I accept. I always have a backup
Okay,
plan.
we're gonna go over here. We're gonna
This
save.
is intriguing.
Oh, okay. Another laser
I
trap.
have a nose for profit.
We're gonna
and a
save
taste
here
for
just in
adventure.
case, because you never know. I'm basically gonna go around and then I'll go to the center here, but there is something there, so I'm
That's
holding
how
off
it's
until
done.
I'm actually wrapped
This
around
could be
here
an
to figure out what's going on.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Fate and fortune favor the bold.
There we go.
What do we have here?
Save here. Man, just so many traps, I must admit. We're getting experience for it, don't get me wrong, but still, it's tedious. Man. Oh well.
Just as I planned.
All for the
Keep
sake of
your
growth.
wits about
That's
you.
what we need. The elevator is controlled by unknown mechanisms that the
What's a
human mind seems
peculiar
unable to
thing?
comprehend.
I always keep my options open. I will lead us to fortune.
Ow. It's a good thing I had a save so early, but dang. Danger, danger, danger. A lot of it. Oh well.
I know how to take risks. Is there money to be made? This is intriguing.
Okay, we're gonna save here, particular. There we go. Man, I can't wait to get out of here, though. This place is so grim. It's not exactly the most fun place to be, I must admit. But then again, that's to be expected. You have to be knocked down a few pegs just to get back up and be stronger for it.
Success is the only
Oh well,
outcome I
no big deal.
accept.
We will overcome this and just
Let
continue
us
on.
not dawdle.
Nearly ran into that trap. That's close. We're gonna save here because I have a weird feeling that it's a particularly difficult one, but probably not, to be quite honest.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Traps
Keep your
just do
wits
be
about
difficult
you.
like that.
What do we have here?
Alright, it's at this point I'm probably gonna go this way, here. We will go around here when we get a chance, but for now, let's save here, because there is going to be something here. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Yearlet, we want you to back off here, because otherwise you're probably going to get
fortune.
hurt. Yeah, so Turnivus is here, apparently.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Dude has a medkit here. Nothing too crazy. Hello. The homunculus looks up from the control panel and gazes at you with disdain from the other side of the impenetrable force screen. You survived, specimen. The woeful lack of ability to follow orders. You were supposed to die, be it in the arena or in the chasm. However, the servants of Air Starish will soon remedy your blunder. Hello, Turnivus. I have not missed you either. Specimen, as you might have noticed, the homunculus' limbs simultaneously gesture at the massive construct, supporting the force field around him. This version of the Stifler blocks both the energy that bleeds from beyond the veil and any physical attempts to intrude inside its range. Your attempt at conversing is pointless. We continue on your way to your demise. Do not disturb me. The Stifler is enormous and resembles a device you've seen before. There's no doubt that its purpose is to suppress warp manifestations. However, you notice a few details that are out of step with the construct's otherwise typical Drukhari design. Several of the parts were made from materials foreign to Kimura, and fused into its frame by an unknown force. are you behind a force field, Turnibus? Are you afraid of me? You think highly of yourself, Specimen. But make no mistake, that will not make me deem you a worthy opponent. Is that an anguished prospector next to you? Yes, it is. You had the opportunity to admire its potential in action, didn't you, Mummy? Are you senseless enough to follow Kikaras's example and experience my new grotesque ability firsthand? While I'm here, do you happen to have any special equipment in reserves left? No, Monkey. No more handouts. Until our next meeting, Turnibus, it will be our last. A faint smile crosses Zeno's face. Oh, well. Alright, so it turned out to not be a combat. There's a mix of things that could have happened, but thankfully it seems like it's going to be resolved peacefully. In this case, anyways. But of course, we've still got a little bit more to do, but nothing too crazy. Oh.
I sense something nearby.
They've decided to T-pose on me. Great. They are asserting their dominance. God. Well, that's a clip and a half, I would imagine, huh? Ah, well. I'm not too surprised. It comes from the same brand of game that, you know, Pathfinders is, so I'm not too surprised that T-posing is just a common thing I have to deal with.
Rise to the top, or get left in the
Ah, well.
dust.
No big deal.
That's how it's done.
All it really changes, just how I do things here.
Success is the
There
only
we go.
outcome I accept.
Just multiple successes. Pretty good.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Alright, let's activate the platform and get going. We're escaping to Realspace. Let's do this.
I always have a backup plan.
Alright, so far everything seems to be in order. I would assume no more traps are left, but, you know, you never know, really. But hey. I'm not about to get in the way of the guy who basically lended us assistance.
Keep your wits about you.
Well, not in this playthrough anyways. He did us a favor, we're just reciprocating and just letting him go. I'd say a little mercy here is just well worth it. Why not, right?
Is there money to be made?
But it's very clear that things are going to get dicey here, so yeah, let's get ready for the worst. Alright, let's save, and let's go. Alright.
I will lead us to fortune.
This is going to be one hell of a fight, so let's make sure we're ready for this. We're going to take off the one charge here. And I'm actually going to equip the best medkits that we have, which is the Church Surgeon, I believe, right? Effectively removes traumas. Yeah. These are basically the better versions of medkits. So we're going to equip the Church Surgeons here. There we go. Alright, but this is the most prep that we can do. We're just going to have to hope everything works out and pans in our favor. Equipment-wise, actually, I've been thinking about it, and I do want to change a few things. So we're going to go type in descending order. We're going to change the gloves and boots, I think, specifically. So the gloves, we want to reduce the recoil by 20%, I believe it is. Right? Where is it? It's somewhere here, the gloves. I'm fairly certain we have the gloves anyways. Yeah, it is. Recoil gloves. We're going to take this off and wear the recoil gloves. This is going to reduce our recoil down from 40 to 20, which is exactly what we want. And then there's a specific set of boots that we did manage to pick up, I do believe, that reduces our recoil even further, if I'm not mistaken. Here it is, recoil war boots. Whenever the wearer attacks an enemy behind cover with a ranged attack, cover efficiency is decreased by 40 for that attack. Plus, we also reduced the recoil by 15%. So we are going to wear these recoil boots with pride, and we only have a 5 recoil with heavy bolters now, which is pretty nice, I must admit. Alright, as for weapons, we could go with the heavy stubber, and we could just increase our fire rate up to 10, if need be, but I don't think that's the wise choice. We'll have to get a very reliable, high rate of fire weapon eventually, but for now, we'll just have to live with it, and just hope that's enough. Yeah. We need a really high quality, high rate of fire weapon, eventually. All in due time, though. All in due time. Life Sunderer. Rate of fire 9, 5 to 6 damage. Maybe this? Maybe the Life Sunderer might be interesting? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out an actual useful tool eventually, but yeah, we're just gonna have to find a better tool eventually. No matter. No matter. I guess I could also wield a low rate of fire weapon like the Astartes bolter, but I mean, I really like the heavy bolter. Alright. We've got a very low recoil, so that is the difference. We do have to sacrifice some benefits that we're getting from our buffs currently, but I'd say that's a small price to pay for what we're doing here. Let's do this. Yamiris gazes at you. The two of you lock eyes for the first time, and I see darkness churning in her stir. Worm. Insect. You have the nerve to stand before me again? You should have gasped your last breath long ago. Very well. I will rid this arrogant monkey of his final breath myself. What about you, child of Krudark? How does it feel to know that you could not save yourself, your family, or your precious craft world? Your spirit stone flashes on her chest, and the ranger's hands tremble on the grip of her rifle. Your death will give me no joy, Archon Yamiris. It may give me peace to the spirits of my kin. I see you've taken Turnibus under your wing. Again. The homunculus may play as many of his little games in the arena as he pleases. Satisfied with what he provides for the ranks of the Cabal. Makes him valuable enough to spare his life. All those craft world fragments, all those prisoners. Was it worth it, Xenos? Spare yourself the struggle of comprehending the meaning behind my deeds, wretched creature. Krudark was meant to be my key to power, the likes of which the Wreathing Tempest could only dream of. Majesty is mine alone to claim, and I will claim it. No, Archon. You are destined toward retribution. Blood for blood. I cannot destroy your entire cabal as you destroy Krudark, and I have the strength to cut off the snake's head. Poor little outcast. The suffering of your brothers and sisters nourished us for a long time. Now you too will give me your pain. What did you need the Farseers for? Why take such a risk? So be it. I will human you before your death. Step out of another shadow once and for all. I wish to orchestrate a little disjunction, and with my helpless brethren in my clutches who are capable of tearing apart the veil with their mere presence, it could not have been simpler. When the time came, the Farseers would be my weapon against Reaving Tempest's rivals. Under cover of the Cataclysm, my blade would behead all those who stood in the way of my ascent. If you wish to live, then get out of my way. I've come for the gate, not for your life. Oh, Monkey, you're a brazen one, aren't you? Will you be so brash when I flay you open and string you up with your sinews? I've grown tired of these games and machinations you've ushered into my realm. Prepare to die, Archon Benuris. It's clear you do not wish for mercy. Die? You are the only one who dies today. After I'm done with you, I will pay a visit to Realspace to observe the terror and ruin wrought by my cabal. You know, Monkey, that so many of your kind have had their lives cut short at the hands of their own kin. I used you to purge the ranks of the cabal, clear all obstacles from my path. I used you to accomplish my goals. I colluded with your kind, despite your much-valued hatred of Xenos, which ought to have prevented any of you from even considering such a thing. My servants are heading out on a new hunt as we speak. Who will become their prey? Which lights will wink out into the void? How many Monkey will perish in the darkness? You will never know. Have you any final words to speak before your demise, Eumirus? We intend to live, Monkey. We will live. And I will continue my work and lead the Cabal to greatness.
To arms!
I'll take that as a no, then. Very well. Yerlet is a pretty obvious situation. We can't really do anything with her. Vorg is in a bit of a stipulation himself, but we're going to move Yerlet over here as far as we can. And we'll just have to pray that this is enough. We can't exactly do much here, so we're just going to rely heavily on cover here to start us off. This is going to be our aim for defense. Yerlet goes down immediately. I expected that fully. But now it's our turn.
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
Alright.
Let them tremble.
Ow.
I bring agony.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very devastating fight, as you can probably imagine. It's not going to be fun. We are going to be dealing with a lot of combat attacks here. And ow, is it going to be painful. This is why I needed the medkits so heavily, because I knew this was going to be the issue here.
I'll make sure to return the favor.
There we go. Okay, we are going to go for a area of effect here, and then we're going to do a run and gun here. Alright, we'll do a reckless rush to increase our odds of versatility here. We'll use run and gun to give myself another attack here, just to increase our odds of survival a little bit. There we go. But it's going to be a stacking thing. Once we get to a certain once we get to a certain point, we are going to be fine. I know that for a fact. Okay, this is as much as we can do. We are going to save under pain because this is going to be one of the biggest hurdles that we have to overcome. But once we are done with this hurdle, we will be fine. So, let us begin. Ooh.
I'll make you tough.
Alright. Here it comes. Hello. Wait, what's going on? Okay. Are these more enemies? They are indeed more enemies.
Let them tremble.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, we've got plenty of enemies to fight then. This is gonna be fun.
I didn't flinch. Your death is approaching.
Alright. Ow.
Temporary setback. Pain is
Ow.
standing.
Seriously? Alright, well that's a load. This is exactly why I needed to save under pain. Because I was worried that this was going to be an issue. So I am going to have to speed through these combats here, because we're going to have to just rely on luck to carry us for the most part. If we don't, well, we're boned, so yeah. This has to be done. We're going to hold space so that way we can speed through the dialogue, or the combats here. Because this is going to be the norm for us. Alright. Alright, here they go.
Mere pain won't stop me.
Ow. I'm not a fan of these combats here. I'm praying that we parry most of these, though. God damn it. Well, we really can't really do much about this. Like, we have to parry these. Like, otherwise we're just basically boned. If we don't parry, we're basically in an L situation. That's just how it is.
I'll brush this off.
Alright. Ow. Ow. Please, don't kill me. I want to survive. Damn it. Okay. Alright, let's reload here. We're going to try and get a better result here, because it's clear we need the initiative on our side if we're going to work this to a success. Other than that, we're going to be fine. We just need to be faster than basically everybody here. Alright, let's skip.
I strike without fear or hesitation.
Alright, this is a way better result. This way, Vorg is actually first in the turn. Well, technically first. We're going to save under here, so that way we have the best advantage here, obviously. Alright, we're going to move Vorg over here. Yearlet, just go there. There you go. Done. Alright, Yearlet's down, as expected. Alright, we aren't actually the target. That's perfect. That means we can continue on without too much worry. Alright, this will actually increase our odds of survival, I believe. Okay. Activate Reckless Rush here, so that way we can increase our odds of hitting. There we go. We'll do a 38 here. Alright, there we go. Activate Run and Gun just to get another shot in. Bada boom. There we go. Now, this should be our saving grace here. We're going to activate Cautious Approach here. This is going to bolster our defenses significantly. Up to, well, as most as we can get, anyways. We're going to save under pain here. And we're just going to have to rush through this, you know, combat throw, or situation here. And it's going to be messy no matter what we do, so let's just prepare for the worst. Ow.
Your death is approaching.
Okay.
Pain is all.
Okay.
Faced worse than this.
Make you howl.
Okay, we dodged that, thankfully. Oh no.
My exit strategy will remain unused.
Okay, Why do they get an extra turn, though? That's the question. Is it something she can do specifically? That's the only way I can see things working in her favor. Like, they shouldn't have an extra turn against us. That should be a given. What I should have done is actually done a... Yeah, let's load this. This will be more convenient for us, I believe. This will at least give us an extra bit of evasion that we actually desperately need. Because it's clear we need the movement to just bulk up our defenses a little bit, so we are going to have to rely heavily on Surefire Plan here. So we're going to move here, Yearlet, go here. Start the battle. Alright, there goes Yearlet.
Breath of Cylon trash.
Hold on.
Alright.
Stay with us.
Surefire Plan is going to move us to here.
I have strategy.
Alright. Single shot, multi-shot, single shot.
Is a good offense.
Alright, wildfire it up.
On it.
Wow, we actually hit all those? I'm actually impressed about that. Okay, cool. Alright,
I'll make
health
it
one
happen.
more. There we go. Cautious approach. And we will lose out on 1 point here, but that's perfectly fine. Alright, our evasion is a juicy 130. Thankfully, Surefire Plan gives us an extra 15. So this might be the difference between success and failure. So that's sort of what I'm hoping for here. We're gonna save under pain once again. This will be our replacement, and we're gonna go from there. This should give us enough evasion that we necessarily need. Technically, we're gonna be at a 125 evasion, but still. The bare minimum there is gonna help. Just increasing that number by a little bit is always gonna be handy.
I'll brush
Okay,
this off.
we want to make sure we avoid all those, though. So, we want to make sure... We want to make sure we're going to be avoiding those, random spurts here and there. But, once we reach a certain threshold, it's not going to be a big issue, but, yeah, this is going to be devastating no matter what we do, so... We'll just have to embrace.
Your death is I didn't flinch. Pain is all.
Okay, parried, nice.
I'll make you howl.
Okay, dodged, nice. I'll just have to pray that Ymiris isn't gonna really ruin our day even further than it already has. Alright. Okay.
Pain won't stop me.
Okay, we got hit again. Damn.
Let them
Ow.
I can't catch my breath.
Could you stop?
I may be down, but I'm not out.
Man, they are really, really accurate when they need to be. This is silly. Okay, how is she doing that? How is she forcing those guys to actually move yet again? Hold on. Or better yet, how are the Incubus getting that much? Let's see. Okay. Oh, she's a, arc... Okay, so she's an arc militant as well. And she's got extermination much like me. Okay. But still, that doesn't change the fact that, we are in a, bit of a pickle here. But, whatever. Alright, well, let's just pray that we're not going to be hit so much. Again.
Faced worse than this.
Damn it.
I'll make you howl.
I'm getting really annoyed at this. But we don't really have much choice. We have to overcome this little hurdle. If we do that, then we're good. If we don't, we're dead. So... yeah, we have to wait through all this shenanigans and just hope. It'll be a miracle if we live. If not, well, there you go, right?
Whoa. Let them tremble.
Wait, is it because she's dealing damage to them that you get an extra turn?
Bring agony.
If that's the case, oh god.
Infliction.
Alright, thank god. Okay, we managed to survive that hellhole of an attack routine. Alright, reckless rush here. We can't move, sadly, so we can't really benefit from Surefire Plan anymore. But that is perfectly fine. Alright, we're going to activate AoE here. There we go.
Your last stroke of luck.
We'll do a wildfire here for an extra
I'll
swing.
see to it personally.
We don't get hit off there, but that's perfectly fine.
I won't compromise my principles.
We are going to activate Concentrated Fire here. This should give us what we need. Alright, it's not a big boost, but it's certainly equal to the amount that we got from our evasion, so let's pray this is enough. We just have to overcome every single attack here at this point. Thankfully, it seems like... oh god. Alright, yeah, no, the Incubus are getting very good with their hits. Let's load our last save and pray that we're just going to be fine. Because that's really all we can do. Just pray. Pray we're strong enough to overcome these threats. Okay. Okay, dodge. They won't be attacking us, that's good. That means we can stack here. But we have to overcome these fights here. Okay, thankfully most of them won't be acting, except for, yeah. That Cabalite is going to be a nuisance, and of course Ymyrus as well. Alright, we seem to be fine though. We can use some healing here. This will certainly help in the advancement of our combat. We're going to activate Reckless Rush here. Okay, we can do some gunning practice here. We're going to aim for the Cabalite Thrallmaster, because he is the most problematic here. Alright, we do another Wildfire here. There we go. Just gotta keep attacking them, because they seem to be the biggest issue here. Well, next to obvious damage, but you know how it be. Alright. Our stacks are growing, as intended, that's good. That means we are now at 155 dodge. Obviously, it's not going to be exactly that, but that's perfectly fine, because our dodge is slowly going to ramp up as we do this. That's the hope that we're going for here. As for our defenses currently, our parry's at 95 as planned. And yeah, we just gotta dodge everything. Or as much as we can anyways.
I'll brush this off.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit of pain. Could be worse though. Could be way worse. Alright, we dodged. Ymyrus manages to get the hit in and we go down. Okay. Load last save. Thankfully, we should be fine here. But yeah, nasty little attacks here, isn't it? This is the sort of life we're going to live until we start stacking up our, versatility. But thankfully, it's not going to be that bad. We will live, it's just a matter of dodging and getting successful our dodges. We're going to slowly stack that up anyway, so it's going to be fine. We'll live. Well, unless we get, like, nat 20s here and there, or nat 100s, but I digress. Or nat 1s, I should say. Okay, we dodge that. Incubus dodge. Dodge that. Pray that we dodge. Nope. Okay.
I'm not out.
Game really doesn't want us going forward. They really don't want us to solo this, but that's perfectly fine. We will make it through this. I'm confident we can. God. Ow. Ow. Okay, we're gonna lose here. I guarantee that. Yeah, GG.
Unworthy.
You really have to... God, it's an absolute wreck. Oh well. Ow.
Didn't flinch.
Come on, just dodge everything. Dodge everything and we're fine. That's all we care about.
Just need to tough it out.
Okay.
My battle is not
Damn it.
over.
Not a fan of Ymir's in her combat, but whatever. We seriously need more hits going out, but alas. Unfortunately, there's no real way of increasing our amount of turns that we can take, which is one of the few things that we could have done to help ourselves, but alas, we'll live. Just dodge everything, that's all we gotta do. Or dodge as much as we can here. The more we do, the better. The more we do, the better. Seriously? Seriously?
But I'm not out.
God. Well, this is going to be our life for a while. I predicted this was going to be no easy hurdle. I know that for a fact. But sadly, that's just how the cookie crumbles here. This game's just rough like that. If you can't overcome this threat, then you're basically boned. So... Alright, dodged everything. For the most part, except for probably this. Yep, that's fine. Alright, now for Ymir's, we got hits and completely demolished by her. Pain. What I should have done is probably, what is it? I probably could stick with the original gear that I had. Yes, it wouldn't be as accurate, but we could have increased our AC a little bit. Or at least our defenses, I should say. But alas. We're doing the best that we possibly can, given the circumstances. And so far, we're making it work just barely. We'll have... I'll give it a few more shots. Worst case, I will increase the amount of dodge I got by a significant portion. Because dodge tanks are just really good in this game, period. Regardless, let's just pray. Eventually, there's going to be a cap point where it's not going to work against us. And this is probably it, maybe? Yep. Just barely. Good. Alright, it's pretty obvious what we do here. We heal again.
I'll make sure to return the favor.
There we go. We are going to swap to our gun here. We are going to activate Reckless Rush here. Alright, we want a pot shot here. There we go. Alright, we'll do Wildfire here. We're just going to casually aim over to this group. Well, do we aim for them? No, let's aim for this group here. We're going to aim with the intent of targeting this guy, I suppose. Or maybe this guy. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's aim for this. There we go.
On it.
Alright, we'll do a run and gun here. Swap over to a area of effect sword swipe. Not that we need to, but there you go. Alright. Okay, our defenses are significantly better. We probably got 3 stacks, I think. So that's an additional 15 on top of everything. Not going to be enough to carry us, but it will stop any bleed that we're suffering from. But of course, we need to get to 200 before we're actually just fine. That is one of the few things that we have to overcome here. But alas, we'll live. And yeah, these guys are slowly going to start stacking in and getting more allies. Thankfully, we seem to be, for the most part, fine. It's just a few dangers here and there that we gotta worry about. Ymiris manages to get another combo in. Lovely. Oh well, we'll live. She hasn't really been using her versatility stacks accurately anyway, so whatever. We'll live, I guess. It's just a matter of luck at this point, so yeah. Ow. Miss. Okay, yeah, so more units here. This is probably going to keep happening until we deal with her, so we're going to get a lot of experience, I imagine, from this. I'm not too worried, though, to be quite honest, but we are in a bit of a dangerous spot, though, no matter what, so... Alright, we are up to 10 stacks, actually. Okay, we are gonna heal here up to full. That's exactly what we want. There we go. Let's swap up to, gunning here. Okay, what we're going to activate is we're going to activate Reckless Rush. We're at 10, so this is going to be our... So, 10 is our base stacks. We are going to Barrage here. There we go. We will activate Wildfire. Okay, we're gonna aim with her in mind. There we go.
On it. Was inevitable.
And we're actually gonna activate Revel and Slaughter, increasing our crit chance here. So now we're at 2 stacks. We will swap to the Sword and Board here. And yeah, our ballistics is slowly going to rise the more combat we go in. How many stacks of... Yeah, she's only got 1. She's not actually stacking versatility. Which I kind of was a little concerned about, but it seems like she's just not focusing on it, which is perfectly fine by me. It means we have more chance of thriving in this environment here. Alright, these Tormented Captives, though, are going to be definitely trying their hand to try and take us out, but alas, we'll live. We are now within the golden ratio of just basically avoiding most, if not all, attacks, so we just have to keep avoiding as much as we can.
What an anguish to savor.
Alright. We don't need to heal. Well, I guess we should technically heal, but we shouldn't need to heal anymore. Alright. We should probably aim for the Cabalite Thrall Master here. Let's see. We can reduce dodge reduction by hitting this, I suppose. Let's see. If we use 2 points, then we can get another barrage, I guess. Yeah, so if I do this, we'll be down to 3. If I do the barrage, then I can activate those 2 and fire for free. Yeah. Let's activate Reckless Rush.
Personally.
Let's activate Rapid Fire and Concentrated Fire here. This will increase our amount of attacks that we get. There we go. We're going to get 16 specifically.
I'll see to it personally. Other enemy down.
There we go.
Stood a chance.
Alright, let's activate the Revel and Slaughter buff here. There we go. We now have 2 stacks of Revel and Slaughter, giving us 20 ballistic skill, 30 critical damage, and 10 critical chance. So the more we stack that up, the critical is only going to rise higher, which is exactly what we're hoping for here. So we're going to pelt this girl now. Or better yet, we could just target her allies, and it would work equally as well. I guess targeting these guys would probably be wise, because that way we can increase our amounts of versatility that we get. Well, maybe not the versatility, but we can certainly get more stacks of Revel and Slaughter this way. Regardless, I'm satisfied with that. We've increased our stacks from 20 to 25, I believe. Or at least we've increased it by 3 stacks, if not 2. We are going to save under pain here. I'm satisfied with those results. We're going to lose a bunch of stacks, but that's perfectly fine. Specifically, we are now up to 160 dodge. That's perfectly fine by me. Really, we should be at 160 period, or at least have a higher armor. But alas, we're making it work as much as we possibly can, given our circumstances. Ow.
Catch my breath.
The good thing I have, I decided to save my healing here for this occasion.
I'll make sure to return the favor
There we
one
go.
day. It's as good as done.
Alright, we are going to activate a barrage here, I suppose.
The best.
Nice. We will activate Revel and
See to
Slaughter
it
here.
personally.
We are going to activate Steady
You should feel
Hand.
honored to witness this.
And then we're just going to burst fire into this direction here. We're going to aim for the Cabalites here. There we go.
On it.
Activate this. Alright, Wildfire coming in clutch. We are down to 5 shots left. I'm not too surprised by that, to be quite honest.
Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Alright. We have no longer got ammo in our weapon. That's perfectly fine, though. Alright, we're going to save once again. Our pain stacks are now within... Well, our versatility stacks are now within the roof of what is necessary. And we're going to parry most everything here at this point, I do predict. So everything should be fine here. Yep, we're just going to parry most everything. Their grotesques are probably going to be a problem, but not by much. Oh, more units are coming in, as I had expected would be the case. Alright. Alright, Ymiris, you are forcing attacks here, but thankfully we should be fine here. Alright, perfect. We had to use a lot of healing here, but that's perfectly fine.
I won't forget this.
Alright, let's activate Revel and Slaughter here. Let's do a single strike into a multi-strike. There we go. Single strike. Multi-strike. I guess I don't really need Reckless Rush right now, so I am just going to activate Wildfire here. Into another multi-strike. So that's perfectly fine. There we go. And we can theoretically move if we wanted to here, but I don't see a reason to do so. We have an 85 here. We'll activate this just because I can. In fact, I can actually use the movement to activate Surefire Plan a little bit here. Just to increase our evasion just a slight bit to keep us on our toes here. They're going to try and attack us, but thankfully we should be fine. I just need a double move there, and there we go. Alright.
Horror awaits. My killings are always slow.
I can't stand it.
Alright.
Nobody escapes us.
Alright, the Ballite Thrallmaster is moving closer, apparently.
This way, quick!
Oh, you guys are moving up. Kind of expected that. I guess I should probably hit the space thing here, just so I can make this move faster. Alright.
This way!
Okay. But yeah, no, I'm intentionally taking this slow so I can increase my stacks of momentum here. Thus, I can really ruin the guys' days here. Okay, we're gonna go for an AoE here.
I'll see to it.
Here we go. Honestly, if I attack either of these, we should be fine. I guess I'll active... Well, I don't need Reckless Rush right now, so I'll just do a swing here.
Never stood a
There we go. Do I really want to activate it right now? Not really. I'm just going to activate this. Alright, let's activate Wildfire here. Make an AoE this way.
Your end was
There we go.
inevitable. I'll
Alright,
make
let's
it up.
activate Concentrated Fire. We don't need Run and Gun. So I'm gonna hold out here. There we go.
I am a prey taker.
Alright, Dodge is coming in clutch. Here we go. Okay. These guys are gonna start doing their thing. We should be fine.
Quick, quick!
Alright, it's time to ruin their guys' day. Ooh, acid.
I'll do what it takes.
Nobody escapes us.
Ow. Alright, I think it's high time we start taking this seriously. Alright, let's save under pain. This is going to be a very gruesome end for these guys. No more time to play around. It's time to go ham. Alright. We are going to activate Firearm Mastery.
Perfect moment.
We are going to turn off
I'll
Cautious
see to
Approach
it
here.
personally.
We are going to activate
I'll make
Reckless
it
Rush
happen.
here. Alright. Let's blow back the enemy.
Another enemy down.
Boom.
You are not a pain.
Bada
Who,
boom.
if Not me. Your end was inevitable.
Alright. 89.
I'll
94.
see to it personally. You never stood a chance.
Alright, the Revel and Slaughter. Let's actually run and gun here. Because I do want to go over to here. So that way I can actually do this to her.
The
Hoorah.
best defense is a good
We'll
offense.
tear your throat out personally, monkey. Will you now? Ow.
I've faced worse than this.
Could you not?
Who, if not me? Consider this a test. Your end was inevitable.
Peace. Alright,
It's as good as done.
bada boom.
On it.
Let's activate this. Alright, Grotesque goes next.
I'll
Bada
make it
boom.
happen.
Hoorah. Alright, let's blow
I'll
these
see
guys
to it
up.
personally. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Nice.
He never stood a chance.
But yeah, in a single round, we just cleared them all up. So that's fun.
Defense is a good offense.
There we
As
go.
good as done.
Nice. And bada boom.
Inevitable.
With that, we are ready to escape Realspace, but before we do, we are going to level up. We can choose a skill, and we can choose a second-tier archetype bonus. Now, the advantage of being an Exemplar is you can put points into literally anything you want. At this point, really, we just need to increase the stacks of everything in our repertoire here, so let's see. Currently, Lore Warp... Well, no, anything really is going to be a handy effect here, so... let's see, what is our items here, actually? Lore Imperium would help us a little bit. Lore Xenos would increase our armor, though, so we're going to actually go Lore Xenos here. Oh, no, wait, no, Xenos is 100, so we should probably go for Lore Warp, maybe? I'm thinking. Yeah, let's go Lore Warp. Let's start stacking into Lore Warp, because I do believe that's going to be handy for us. Alright. But yeah, we've now got the second tier archetype stuff, which is our soldier stuff, or our versatility stuff, I believe. As long as the archer can... I think it's time for a broad expertise, I think. At least I'm thinking that's the right choice, because that will increase our weapon skill and ballistics. Okay, attacks... The Arch Militant attacks targets that have their dodge reduced by any effects applied by the Arch Militant's allies. 10 critical chance. No. Okay. Yeah, I just don't see any of it being truly helpful. Like, there's a little bit here that really helps us, like, a little bit. But it's only, like, a very minuscule amount, which, honestly, is not something I really want. I'm better off just sticking with, like, killing plans, or maybe even the last plan here. Maybe the last plan would probably be good. Once per combat, I can just basically have a saving grace. Killing plan. The bonus damage of Surefire plan is increased by 2 times weapon skill bonus. So currently it'd be 4. Yeah, so it'd be 4 currently, so it'd be 8% increase to damage. Hitting at least one enemy with the attack restores 1 stack of Surefire Plan. I think Escape Plan was the go-to here. 2 times agility bonus, which is 50, so 10% more dodge and parry. Contingency Plan. At the start of their next turn, if the Crime Lord has no stacks of Surefire Plan, they gain 1 stack. Okay. So I can either increase the damage I deal by 8% because of Surefire Plan, or I can increase the dodge by 10%. I think the Escape Plan is probably the way to go, but you know what? No. We're gonna go with the last plan, because that's just a, that's just basically a good survival tactic for us. Any turn that we are going to survive 1 more round for is honestly going to be better than anything we go through, so... Agonizing Splinter Pistol. Probably not the best item that we should go for. Got some Incubus Claves, which I guess I could wield them if I really wanted to, but I should be fine. At the beginning of the combat, the wearer gains a Shadow Field effect. While under the effect, the wearer counts as being in full cover against all ranged attacks. The effect is lost when the wearer is hit by a ranged attack and suffers damage from it. So basically, by wearing this, I'm basically treated as having full cover at all times. This grants our intelligence bonus to dodge to both us and our allies. Pretty interesting. Increase all incoming damage except direct damage by 1 plus versatility stacks. So what is direct damage counting as? Damage that cannot be reduced by the target's parameters or bonuses. Okay, so things like Void might not work, but this basically covers as a damage reduction. That is actually way better than having the evasion, I think. So we're actually going to wear the Monkey Cape. It will make us lose out on the Mantle of Heroism's dodge, but it's a small price to pay, I'd say. Let's take this off. Equip this. This is going to give us even more damage reduction. So, effectively, the more stacks of versatility we have, we can actually... If we can get this to 99, we can actually get our DR to an absurd point that it's just going to be impossible to kill us. We could become, theoretically, immortal.
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure.
Alright, we're going to heal ourselves because we did suffer a wound. There we go. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, whatever.
Have a backup plan.
We'll grab everything that we can here. Just a bunch of great swords, it seems. But yeah, we are going to remake our character eventually, but I do believe we want to... What is it? Let's see. Do I really want the reduction to recoil? I really don't think it's the wise choice. Let's swap back, because it's clearly... We need more defenses, more than anything. I'm probably going to keep the recoil gloves, actually, but the boots we should probably change. Because we weren't in that much cover, and some of the enemies actually just get in our way, so... Alright, we're going to go from type in descending order. We want boots. Okay. 2 MP and 20 dodge is actually pretty decent. I'm just trying to find it. It's probably this, isn't it? Yeah, the ergo boots. It gives us a +5 to our agility. Yeah, there we go. That's going to increase our dodge a little bit. It'll increase our athletics a little bit. It just helps overall. So we're going to save here. And let's get the heck out of here, because I'm satisfied with these results. Let's move. Into the webway. I am satisfied with these results, yeah. Yeah? Let's see what happens.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness. Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back. Home?
Muran Sulet emerges from the thicket without disturbing a single blade of grass. He addresses you in an accusatory tone of dissatisfaction. I sensed your mind, Monkey. Why are you skulking by the webway gate? Why have you come to liaison in secret? You intend ill for us. Upon noticing a candle, Muran flinches, then says solemnly, Brother Candle, praise Assyrian for the fortune of seeing you again. Please, step under my protection without delay. Brother Muran, do not feel threatened. Not anymore. Muran looks at Yearlet and says with enmity in his voice, Outcast Yearlet, you walk the path paved with your own misdoings. One more monkey has found their way into our domain, and once more you aid them in doing so. Neither war nor ill intent follow in our wake, Muran. Your anger is unwarranted. I apologize for intruding upon your hallowed ground. It is where my journey for Camorra has taken me. Come from Camorra? Muran says nothing for a moment, then continues, his voice shocked. Now I see. The gate refused to obey me because it was sealed from within. By the dark ones, no doubt. Liaison was meant to become a slaughterhouse for the Drukhari. Muran's gaze bores into Yearlet for a few moments, tense silence, as he considers something in his mind. At last he says in a commanding tone, Your arrival is sudden, outcast Yearlet, but perhaps there is purpose behind it. We will serve your people shortly. Do you know anything about my abduction? The news of your disappearance does not reach Janus. My guess is that your close servants decided to conceal this event as to not beget fear. You said Yearlet would serve the Aldari once more. Are you looking to use her again? Muran grimaces contemptuously. Monkey cannot comprehend the depth of tragedy that befell our home, our Kudak. The duty of every child of Assyrian is to do all they can to quell the pain of that loss. Yearlet the outcast is no exception. Unlike you, Muran, I was able to find the truth. The truth of Krudark's doom was revealed to me, even though that required me to throw myself into Dark City's deadly embrace. Earlid frowns and looks defiantly into the Farseer's eyes. Is the fire of our souls not better directed at worthy deeds than arguing with our kin? The Candle waves his hand in the air, making several gestures of unknown meaning. Muron and Yer let fall silent sheepishly. I can see that something is troubling your delicate heart. My kinsman, Muron, share your feelings with me and the outcast then, and I will reveal the truth of Krudok's fate to you a little later. We did not spend our time on liaison in fruitless grief. On the contrary, our lost kinspeople have answered my call and are now pleading for help. Driven by revenge, they set out to pursue the one responsible for Krudok's rueful demise, only to end up as captives on a monkey world. Your emerald green gaze turns to you and rests on you a little longer than usual. Dare I hope that you will lend me a shoulder to lean on again, Elenton? What world is it? That I know not. All that my vision showed me was an infinitely green sea, living sea, and the maddening thirst of a hunter who was pursuing the children of Surian. Outcast, your path is taking you to the stars again. Find our kinspeople and do not let them perish. Urlit nods silently and leaves it at that, as if she's less interested in Muron's words than your reaction. I will help you find your kinspeople. Urlith breathes out almost inaudibly and her shoulders relax. And I am grateful to you, Elenton. How are things on Janus? Liaison has been charitable to the monkey. Bestows special gifts upon some of your servants. It forges bonds with them. First time I see our world so tolerant of your kind. Reminds me just how much I still do not understand. Alas, your kin do not trouble themselves with contemplating this matter. They fear those gifted by Liaison, they despise them, and seek to kill them. That does not surprise me at all. Liaithon's slumber is restless. It has guarded a part of itself away from me. It is what the monkey called the isolated region. At first, I thought it was an attempt to push you away, so it could heal from the wounds. Your cold iron has inflicted upon its flesh, but I see something else in what it's transpired. Your kinsman and Kandil helped us escape from Komora. Muron exchanges long looks with the Kandil and says gravely, "This is where Kandil's path and yours diverge, monkey. He will stay with us and you will leave. I am elated once more among those with whom I share Krudok's time of bloom. Of course. Good luck, Kandil. Thank you, Elenton." An iridescent haze momentarily clouds the world around you. That moment is all it takes for Muron to hide a candle beyond a veil of xeno-sorcery. We will speak of my kin's fate no longer. All that was meant to be said has been said. We will send instructions to our monkeys through allies, so that they provide you with the means of transportation. Farewell, monkey. I'm pleased that our meeting did not spill blood in the liaison's wound. Indeed. There we go. Indeed, there's no need to force the guy to come with you. But alas, we did what we did, and I'm satisfied with the results. I'd say things are going quite well, all things considering. It was an absolute mess, but we managed in the end. The high-ranking officers beam with genuine happiness. Danrock steps forward and solemnly says, "Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return, and thank the Emperor for it." Your crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of Aquila on their chests. Others collapse to their knees with a prayer to the God Emperor on their lips. The wave of pious shock does not seem to discompose Ulfar in the slightest. He just chuckles in his beard and glances around curiously. Heinrich von Kalox approaches you. He's not looking the best. It seems he has not slept in quite a while. Lord Captain, allow me to express how glad I am that you have rejoined us, alive and unharmed. Serene light in my eyes, I am overjoyed to see you among us once more. Truly, the Exalted One is merciful for showing you the way back to our home. I hope all the Ashmaks who left us to languish without the Lord Captain have already become food of the warped daemons. First off, how much do you know about my abduction? Not much, Lord Captain. All contacts with your party was lost shortly after the supposed pirates boarded a ship and abducted your companion's kinpeople. We immediately sent shuttles with boarding parties to your aid, but we didn't find anyone in the ship save for the crew, who had all but been butchered or driven insane. Heinrich's gaze is focused on Yerlet. His eyes burn with undistinguished hatred and a promise. Yerlet's expression is inscrutable, but her eyes are turned to you and only you. Since your lordship's body was never recovered, we hoped against hope that you were still alive. Alas, even our most alert auger operators never spotted anything suspicious, and thus an ignominious failure put you in dire peril. Heinrich's gaze, tense and almost desperate, is focused on you, but he says nothing. For now, at least. Dare we inquire what happened, your lordship? It does not matter. The topic of my disappearance is closed. As you command, lordship. Where's my ship all this time? At the officers' council. We decided to take the ship to Footfall, where one can hear the gossip of the entire expanse. Our agents tirelessly searched for information about your lordship. Had we even a whisper of where you were imprisoned, we would have immediately launched a rescue expedition. While you were away, Lord Captain, we took every effort to find you. That resulted in a number of modifications to the ship to have significantly upgraded it. Thanks to a favorable deal made by the esteemed High Factorum, the ship is now equipped with the state-of-the-art auger systems and directions finders from Kiavagama. That's quite enough fawning and fussing. Wish to return to my duties immediately. The group of servitors suddenly stirs, and their movements are frighteningly identical, even for automatons. They stare at you and say in perfect unison, "Hello. Nomus has come to welcome you back. We sense that a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it?" I escaped from the dark city of the Xenos and showed them mercy. It suits you. What we see in you, light and connections without the urge to destroy. Did Nomos say it correctly? The servitor's chorus, which sounds as a single voice all silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response in eager anticipation. I'm glad that you're learning to understand me, Nomos. After a long pause, the servitor chorus responds with unexpected forcefulness. Nomos are glad too. We must go now. We will come to speak with you later. Another pause follows, so long that the silence becomes more piercing than a scream. Then the servitors finally break it. We felt sadness when we could no longer communicate with you, and we were worried about your fate. One can detect with the naked eye the movement when Nomos leaves the bridge. The servitors stop moving in sync and slowly shuffle off to their posts. Interesting. Your lordship, I must report highly compromising information about a member of your retinue, namely Mistress J. Hidari, who it turns out is nothing of the sort but a commoner, a fugitive from the law, and a deserter from the Imperial Guard. I have solid evidence to prove it. The evidence had better be incontrovertible. The Vaktorum bows and holds out dentistly to you. It's all here, your lordship. Official records from the Administratum, attestations from the Departamento Munitorium, and much more besides. I want to know the details. I may have overlooked some nuances, but I have solid evidence that the person whom we presently know as Jay Hidari served in a 19 Efreet regiment, and was identified as the perpetrator of numerous instances of theft and smuggling, as well as desertion. And this individual is not of noble birth, but of the lowest origins. How did you come to know of this? In your lordship's absence, the burden of watching over the dynasty treasury befell my shoulders. I deemed Jay Hidari the likeliest threat to the dynasty's material security. I had my people conduct an investigation, and they uncovered a past connection between Hidari and an individual by the name of Mercy, a highly influential figure in the Kaspala mission with a dangerous reputation. Fearing that the predatory interests of the Kaspala would pose a threat to your coffers, I began my own investigation. It was entirely reasonable to suspect conclusion of some kind between Hidari and Mercy, and so my suspicions were confirmed. The two were connected. It was from Mercy's associates that I acquired the compromising intelligence on Hidari. I wish to see Jay Hidari. We have something to discuss. Shot me, did you? You little wannabe cluster. Jay's voice and bearing undergo a stark transformation. Biting soldier slang cuts through her typical gentle speech. Don't miss a thing, you servants, Vorg. And they're sneaky as too. They'll climb up a Grop's arse to find out what they want to know. I think we need to talk about your past. Only if this scum slings his hook.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it.
So tell me your real story then.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16, and then...
Jay cringes at her own words, and with all the crudeness of a veteran soldier, spits on the floor.
Then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Efreet Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
So you used to be in the Imperial Guard.
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
So you are a deserter as well.
You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, holed up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company, if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service. And that's when I got the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand and shuffling the Kasbalican cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons.
Alright. How do you get involved with the Kasbalika then?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. And I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the guard command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice.
Well, that explains the lung implant, but what about the hand?
It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen.
I see.
Who the never mind.
Alright. Who is this Mercy that Dan Rock has accused you of associating with?
We knew each other once. He helped me make the move to the Expanse and establish my first connections. But that's an old story I prefer not to poke at if I can help it. Things are good in my life now, and I don't need mercy.
And what of your new persona?
Are you worried I'm going to start spitting on the deck and shriveling your officers' ears with my foul tongue? Don't be, Shireen. I much prefer being seen as a princess rather than a deserter. I'll continue to play the part in front of the others, but you wanted to talk frankly, so I've dropped the act.
I think we've covered everything then. Turn to your duties.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Jay's lips curve into a faint smile, and that the seal of silence has been shackled. That has shackled them for years has finally been broken. Good. Dan Rock adjusts his jacket before addressing you. Now then, your lordship. Shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. The Expanse is in flames, your lordship. Squadrons and smaller groups of despicable Drukhari raid our systems. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of the Sentinel's pride, House Corda's world. Outrageous sacrilege given how abundant and inexpensive Promethean is there. Strife has broken out between House Winterscale and House Corda. Chaos reigns everywhere. Only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrated all available forces at Footfall to tighten them into a fist, that smashed around paging heretics and Xenos vermin. What kind of Xenos are attacking the Expanse? Drukhari, your lordship. Their squadrons, both large and small, are invading the Expanse, unleashing carnage on our planets, taking captives by the thousands and attacking ships. It's as if something has poked their nest, if you will, and now they're lashing out. Outfare the worlds of a dynasty. The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The cult of the Final Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every planet. On Verveo 6, a mutiny was crushed crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda. But other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of the enemies of humanity, and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. So Xavier Calcazar led the defense. Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calcazar declared himself commandant of the Coronis Expanse and issued orders to requisition troops. He made Footfall his base of operations, as it was the most logistically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes throughout the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of Final Dawn and the abominable Drukhari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being turned into ashes. When heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, a hallowed forge of the Conscience fleet, the Lord Inquisitor sent an enormous force. Now they and the Explorator squadrons, recalled from the front lines, stand together against the heretics, in a battle for the sacred planet. What is the problem between Incendia and Caligos? When the esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the Rogue Trader to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Corda headed for summons, while his lordship Caligos Winterscale ignored it. Rumor has it that his refusal was defiant in the matter, and served as a pretext for Lady Corda to declare war on House Winterscale. Winterscale's ship are being hunted, and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterscale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to intercepted astropathic messages, he and his retinue are currently on Queza Temper, hunting down a Xenos fleets. Aldari, by all appearances. Is there anything else I should know? Factorum lowers his head in thought. There have been other minor developments. If you so wish, I will be gladly to bring you up to speed on the bridge. I would not want them to take any time away from this occasion. Thank you. Report received. Lord Captain. Abelard bows his head. Allow me to make a request. A personal one. While you were away, Zachary Weiss received an astropathic message from Dargonis. It concerns my family. The Wurisons have been accused of betraying House von Valentius. How is that possible? I cannot comprehend it. The Seneschal shakes his head ruefully. The Wurisons have served the Rogue Trader dynasty loyally for generations. This is hard to admit, but I am simply crushed by the news. The accusations were leveled by, or on behalf of, the Drivestems, the Governor family. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement, and my entire family would have been... But being of noble stock, the Wurisons are entitled under an ancient custom to petition for a rogue trader's personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, Lord Captain. Do not deny us this honor, I implore you. Abelard, what if your family is guilty? Then the traitors will accept their due punishment. I've never relied on my position as an immunity guarantee. Will not even try to sway your decision. As long as it's fair and balanced. Tell Zachary Weiss to send a message to Dargonis, saying that I'll personally take part in the investigation. Abelard breathes a sigh of relief and seems to grow an inch or two taller. Will do, Lord Captain. Idara hurriedly enters the study, stifling and hunching her shoulders. She looks haggard. There are bags under her eyes. Her hair is disheveled, and her hands quiver slightly every few moments. With some effort, she focuses her eyes on you and forces a crooked smile. Captain, I wanted to thank you for not leaving me with that sick homunculus. I'm sorry if I said a bunch of things that I shouldn't have said. I was pretty out of it. You don't know what it's like to finally be alone with your thoughts. It wasn't easy to give up and believe it was just another trap set up by Xenos. Well, thanks to you, things are back to the way they've always been. The door's cracked open again, and my dear old whispers are back to torture me. The rascals. You know, I didn't come here just to get all teary-eyed and grateful on you. It's something important. Something about my whispers. See, I've been having some interesting visions. And I feel like how we deal with those visions is going to decide my fate. I know it sounds dramatic, but I'm being dead serious. I keep having the same vision over and over again. Walking down a corridor. There's this door at the end, and I just know that right behind that door is blissful silence. All I've got to do is reach out and open it. I touch it with my fingers. I feel the cold, rough metal, and then I suddenly snap out of it. I always find myself staring at a wall of some compartment around me. Look behind me, and all the doors on the way are open. I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking, this is a matter of life or death. My gut tells me this is my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't... We will find this door. I give you my word. Some of the darkness in Nadira's eyes clears, and her smile widens slightly. Thank you, Lord Captain. I know you wouldn't leave me in a bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Good. There's a lot of people talking to us, apparently. Jeez. The Exalted One blesses the housebound Valencias for your largest spirit, Shireen. And thank you for deigning to speak with me. Jade turns unusually hesitant, now tentatively choosing the words that is only a moment ago rolled off her tongue in an uninterrupted cascade, rather. Here's the thing, Shireen. My network of trade representatives have been stretched a little too thin recently. Like a chiffon dress on a... Okay. Supplies are all over the place, orders aren't being filled, clients are kicking off, and not without reason, and revenue is plummeting. And if it wasn't bad enough, my guys running things from Footfall have been incommunicado recently, and an astropathic message has finally come to me to tell me why. Some Ashmag, or Ashmags, might them, have captured my gang, and they threaten to kill every last one of those hard-grafting whelps if I don't do what they want. And they only want one thing, my Menectoctum Tabula Official, in exchange for my gang's lives. Jade tosses her thick mane of hair and grits her teeth, looking more vicious than you have seen her. But I'm not giving up my certificate for anything, and nor am I going to leave my guys high and dry. That is why I'm begging for your help and protection. If I have to step into a cage of hyenas, I'd rather do it with a lion at my side. Tollman didn't say who sent the message. Shireen, you know yourself that all this astropathic chit-chat is nothing but a stream of images, thoughts, and intentions. Nothing concrete. But I don't need the name of the sender. I already know it. I can smell Falco's stench all over this. Or else it's Vladimin's doing. This is just that damned Ashmag style. They take him. It could be a bluff. Well, yeah, it could be a bluff. It could be Serene. But I've been missing the familiar stench of the docks, and darling Octi and our bar, and even the stony gaze of the Exalted One that watches over you whenever you're at footfall. I'm homesick, you see. The Exalted One helps those who help themselves, Shireen, and I don't want to risk the lives of my people. When we reach Footfall, I will help your associates. I look forward to the day, Serene, and praise be to the Exalted One for bestowing such a miserly portion of haughty indifference upon your heart. Even more, Jesus. Vorg, Heinrichs gives you a curt nod and greeting. I apologize for barging in unannounced. I've received news that I must discuss with you face to face. You may recall that I mentioned Achilles. That Achilles, Scalander, was transferred into my remit by a colleague. The colleague in question has contacted me. He requires my immediate assistance. Who is this colleague? Heinrichs hesitates for a moment before answering. Admentia Lynch in parts, stated to the Lord Inquisitor. Alright, who is she? An acolyte who was assigned a different range of objectives in the Corona's expanse. Don't take me, I'm still trying to hide information from you even when I'm asking for your help. Milnia is a sage, a unique acolyte to the Inquisition who can absorb huge amounts of knowledge and store it in her own memory more securely than any data crypt. She entered the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, before even I did. Talking to her is a strange experience, but I was barely scratching the surface of who she is. Amelia is an incredible scholar, an expert in the forbidden and the illicit. And of course, she is loyal to servants of the Golden Throne. You say talking to her is a strange experience. What does that mean? Heinrich locks his fingers and says nothing for a few seconds. Since birth, Amelia has been different from other people. Specialists from the Inquisition enhanced her natural gift of hypermnesia. There are certain procedures that can be done. She creates blocks of memory, which she can lock under a code word, or even overwrite with new information. She can organize her mind like a normal person arranges boxes on a shelf. One box might contain information about a recent mission on the Calixis, another the latest decrees on Lex Imperialis, and another her own childhood memories. This level of compartmentalism might seem somewhat insane to the untrained eye, but it is the price one must pay to turn an ordinary servant into a useful tool of the Inquisition. You said the forbidden and the illicit. What does that entail? Amelia carries knowledge that is forbidden to common servants of the Imperium. She carries this knowledge within herself, as it cannot be entrusted to logs or cogitators. Said before that the acolytes of the Inquisition shoulder a heavy burden to come into contact with things that can penetrate and corrupt the soul. For sages, this is an especially trying ordeal. Amelia's hypermnesia has been enhanced so that she now remembers everything she sees, however briefly. After many years of service, she is examined and seen through to become an unrivaled expert in the field. You speak with her of obvious affection. This gives you a crooked smile. Amelia was something of my mentor to me. She helped me when I was only just joined the Inquisitor's circle. She taught me psi techniques to maintain my focus and amity. She trained me in the finer details of working with archives and data crypts. She gave me the chance to unwind a little in my post by playing games of regicide with her. I believe I have a clear picture of Amelia now. What was her message? Amelia's message is incomplete and distorted. It's impossible to make sense of every word. The only thing we know for certain is that the Acolyte of the Inquisition is asking me to go immediately to Baton 4, her remote planet, in her message. She seems to be requesting either military support or help with an evacuation. But whatever precipitated this request, Amelia would not make it if it weren't absolutely necessary. I know Rogue Trader has more than enough other matters to deal with. Nevertheless, I would like to officially request the Lord Captain's assistance in dealing with this issue. I have no authority to demand anything from House von Valentius. Therefore, I am confining myself to a request, for the sake of the Corona's expanse in the Imperium. Is there a hint of what's going on? Heinrich says nothing for a time, then begins to speak, slowly, as though he's fighting against resistance. For the avoidance of leaks, the detail of the objective of the specific acolyte shall remain a secret. All I can tell you is that the primary threat that Amelia was dealing with in the Corona's expanse was Xenos. In particular, Drukhari raids on distant systems. A sage is ideally suited for gathering data about the chronologically of this problem and finding appropriate methods to combating it. As for what Amelia is doing on Photon 4, specifically, I don't know. I don't even know any details about the world itself, only that there are humans there. So either it has become colonized or a garrison that has been established there. The cult of the Final Dawn has been my top priority here, and my investigation has given me no cause to turn my attention to that planet. Are you certain you're asking for my help for the sake of the Imperium, and not because one of your own is in trouble? Every agent of the Golden Throne is an insignificant cog in a system deigned to protect the Imperium of Man. My responsibility to respond expeditiously to the threat against our kind guides my every action. That same responsibility rarely brings with it the chance to save a fellow agent's life. I will not say that I'm not glad to have this chance today. I shall help you. We shall go to Photon 4 and put an end to this threat. Thank you, Luke. I'm confident that this minor deviation from our primary course will help to stem the spread of anarchy in Corona's expanse. If only slightly at the very least. We won't be outflanked. I've already spoken to the navigation crew and provided them the coordinates for Photon 4. You set a course for it as soon as you give the order. Good. Is there anything more? It seems like it is. Okay, lovely. Enough, Xenos. Justice will be done one way or another. Slither all you like, heretic spawn, but you will never leave this ship unscathed. The bridge is enveloped in an unusual silence. The officers on duty are huddling into corners, looking on curiously as to what's transpiring in the center. What's going on? Catching sight of you, the curious crew members dash to their posts, leaving only the senior officers in the middle of the bridge. For how long are you going to tolerate this filth on your ship, Vorg? This foul traitor who has already dragged you into darkness once, and who almost left your protectorate without a sovereign. Rogue traitor. Has Aldari heresy clouded your judgment? Treachery always means death, either for the traitor or the one betrayed. You almost died in Kimura. Your retinue... You know what became of them. It's not high time that justice was done. Those present nod wordlessly, but do not dare to interfere. Now this is a fine spectacle. The inhuman gets what she deserves. Let us all watch and laugh. Irla does not react to curses being slung at her. With an imperturbable expression, she watches the crowd before her, then turns her gaze to us. Anyone else want to share their thoughts? You know, Lord Captain. I will support any order you give, but to keep the Xenos in the retinue, especially after everything. Abelard casts a tense look around the lower bridge. After everything that's transpired because of her, would not be wise. I don't know, Lord Captain. You can punish her, but you know, death is permanent. It's not like we're stuck in Kimura forever, you know. The heinous behavior pattern of the Xenos entity and a specimen similar to her statistically leads to unfavorable and unpredictable outcomes. Okay. Yurlit will now apologize to everyone who is harmed by her deed. That will be enough. Yurlit's face contorts in a mix of emotions, from anger and hatred to dejection and despair. But soon she musters the courage and, in a stilted, barely audible voice, speaks. My words will not heal the wounds on your bodies. Still, regret what you had to endure because of me. Words will not fix what has been done. The interrogator grips his weapon, but he hesitates, shifting his intense gaze from you to the Xenos and then turns back. The Xenos' apologies ring hollow. There's neither repentance nor truth to them. Disappointed by the outcomes of the confrontation, the officers present slowly return to their duties. Are you all right? Your monkey have had it worse. I will live, and the wounds of my soul will eventually heal. They will live too, but their souls will forever bleed painful memories. Do you really not care about what happened, or are you trying to conceal your true feelings again? I'm sorry that my mistake led anyone along the path of the Dark City. I can see their pain and rage, I understand, but words and pity will not help them. Only time and perhaps revenge, which will dull their pain for a little while. But you had taken away their chance for revenge, Elanton. Now all we can do is wait. They will forgive you. Not all of them, and not right away, but they will. Stop it. Can't believe that, Elementar. I do not need words of comfort. The words of these monkeys do not touch my soul. Give me your thoughts, man. Yours and mine. Time to get back to work. Irla nods and gestures elegantly before leaving. Until we meet again, Elementar. May the darkness scatter into a myriad of new stars before you. And hey, we leveled up again. Cool. We get a characteristic buff, and we get a common talent. Nice. As for what we're going to buff, I think we're just going to buff intelligence. Keep stacking that. And from here, we get a common talent, so we can choose something among the list here, and we should be fine. Let's see, what can we choose among everything? A lot. I could increase my wounds. This will give us our character level. We get half our... We get words. We get half our level in wounds. So basically from a 37, we get... what? We get around 18. Oh, no, we get 19. Oh, yeah, no, it's rounded up, so it gets 19 instead. So we can get 19 extra wounds, which should certainly help our survivability a little bit. That's assuming we want to go that route. Let's see. We could get swift movements, which will increase our movement speed by 2 points. That alone could help, but we don't move that much often anyways, so it's not that big a deal. We get flame weapon proficiency to increase our, combat there. But we shouldn't need it. We could increase our agility here, increase our evasion, which is a good choice, really. Heavy weapons... Oh, breaking point, here we go. Heavy weapons deal 1 and 10% damage. Or deal 1 extra damage and 10% damage, and ignore 2 deflection. I think breaking point's probably going to be our go-to here, so we're going to get breaking point here. This will increase our set damage with heavy weaponry, so that's going to be good. And I'm satisfied with that. There we go. Our intelligence has been bolstered, and we are basically good. You know what? I'm half tempted to speed through the dialogue again, but I've made my choice. I'm not going to change it. I decided to be a bit more merciful here. They may hate me for it, but that's perfectly fine. I can live with that. Alright, but we've got a lot. And I mean a lot to do. Okay, we gotta go to Footfall. We've got a bunch of incidents that we gotta do. But before we do all that, we are actually gonna go into the High Factorum here. Talk with him. I wish to hear news about the Protectorate. I'm just gonna speed through this. I'm not gonna talk about it. It's just gonna give us a bunch of new rumors. So that'd be nice. I wish to... Okay. I'd like to order some shipping goods. Here we go. Yeah, so because of the max reputation here, we actually get a bunch of stuff here. So we're gonna buy all this. We get the Laurels of Command. We get the move, move, move thing. Buy this. We get the military combat tool. Whenever the wearer uses a non-attacking consumable item, i.e. stimulant, medkit, it counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack, for the purposes of versatility. Also, this combat tool grants a 50% chance that the consumable item will not be spent when used. I don't think I need to elaborate how useful that is, but it is. We got the Overcharged Plasma Gun, which is a way stronger weapon. We got a Psi Focus, where we deal additional Psi rating in warp damage with our melee attacks. And whenever we suffer a critical hit, our dodge and armor, or whatever the wearer suffers a critical hit... Oh, wait, hold on. That's actually negative. Whenever the wearer suffers a critical hit, their dodged armor is reduced by 30% until the end of combat. It's pretty nasty. But regardless, we get the auto-stimulants. We gain immunity effects depending on the number of unyielding beacon stacks. We don't exactly get unyielding beacon stacks, so that is fine. A battle stimulator. The wearer gains a permanent lethality divided by 10 rounded down bonus to direct damage. This bonus is doubled if the wearer's attack triggers an opening. This is good for a assassin, but not so good for us. Scout armor. The wearer's cover efficiency is increased by 15%. This bonus doubles if the wearer has not moved during their turn. We also get 15 extra armor if we are in full cover, which is pretty interesting. We get the Power Maul, which is a way stronger weapon than what we got. We've got the Curse Boots. So if we don't spend MP during our turn, we double our cover efficiency and gain immunity to force movement effects. Pretty cool. Virtue of Contempt is an Adeptus Astartes equipment item. This is only good if we are, yeah, we sadly don't have proficiency with Adeptus Astartes equipment. I don't think there's an easy way to get it either, so sadly we won't be able to use those. We can't buy anything else, but we do now finally have access to the final gear here. We are aiming for the modified Artificer armor, I believe. Yeah, so this armor gives us an 85 armor bonus. We are only going to have a 41 evasion. But we do get an absurd defense boost. The wearer's attacks with heavy weapons cost 1 AP less, which is pretty nice. But we're going to be aiming for that, basically. Now, of course, we need our profit factor to reach that point, so we are going to have to hold out until we get to that point. But that is perfectly fine. As for the Adeptus, or Explorators, rather, if we go all the way over to the end here, there is a bunch of stuff we can get from them. We still need some higher quality armor. We could also get the Holy Power armor from the Adeptus Astartes here, where the wearer suffers damage more than wounds equal to that. Yeah. But yeah, no, we are going to go for tradables here. I'm actually going to close out of this real quick, so that way I can deposit a bunch of stuff. Because we've managed to procure a ton of stuff that we don't need. Okay. Let's add all this to cargo. We don't need any of this as far as I'm concerned. I'm just going to add everything to cargo here. It's fine. We're going to add this to cargo, add this to cargo. Yeah, we're just going to add everything to cargo. It's fine. Oh, whoops. I did not mean to do that. I meant to... Where's the Great Sword? Righteous Justice. Can we equip that? Yes, we can. Okay. Okay, so we're going to equip Righteous Justice here. It is a, it is specifically a dogmatic weapon, but the 30 to 50 damage is still good enough that it's worth using. Alright, we're going to swap back here to get the heavy bolter back, which is here. Alright, add to cargo, add this to cargo. Scorpion Chainsword. Pretty nice weapon, but alas. The cargo. Hitchback Desolator. We don't need that. Don't need the overcharged plasma gun as far as I'm concerned. Omniscient Axe can go. Multi-Melta we will probably sell because we don't actually use Melta weapons now. Yeah, we don't need the Splinter Rifle. We don't need the Life Sunderer, as far as I'm concerned. Lawbringer is pretty useless to us. Las Pistol, Las Gun. Don't need that. Don't need the Kasbalite blades here. It's one-handed. Splinter Rifle is 4 shots for a 12 to 16. Versus the 8 that we get for a 6 to 9, which is... let's see. Is this better? No, it's not, because it's not a heavy weapon. We're actually way better with heavy weapons anyways. Don't need the Inferno pistol. Incubus Clave. Yeah, so the 50 damage isn't really that great, but it's still something. Let's see. Nah, we're not going to use that. Imperial Staff can go. Don't need the Hex Rifles, to my knowledge. Yep. Don't need the Blade of Bloodthirst. Or this. We don't need the Heavy Stubbers. Don't need the... Well, I guess I can equip the Heavy Greatswords. It's not like the, Yeah, the Righteous Justice has more damage. The Heavy Greatswords are preferable, though, from the looks of it, but no. Add this to cargo, add this... We'll keep the Heavy Flamer, I suppose. Greatsword can go, as can this. Don't need the Gift Beyond the Grave. Don't need these Flamers. Fine Edged Poisoned Drukhari Blade, add to cargo. Same for this. We're keeping the Eye of Hecticon, because I am planning on using it. But alas. Exotic Venom Blade. We don't need those. Elite Chainsword. Nope. Dueling Sword. After scoring a critical hit with the Dueling Sword, the wielder has... If the wielder has a weapon in the other hand, they may immediately attack the closest enemy with it, using whichever attack costs at least AP. I'm much preferable for the Righteous Justice here. Jin Blade of Ymiris. One-handed weapon. If the wielder deals damage to the target with the sword, the wielder gains a 3 to their weapon skill, ballistic skill, toughness, and strength, while the tougher suffers a -3 to the same characteristics until the end of combat. This could actually be absurdly good. It's actually probably way better than the Righteous Justice, because it has a stacking bonus it can apply. So we're actually going to take off Righteous Justice, and we are going to... Well, actually, no, we don't want to take it off, but we are going to probably get the proficiency with Drukhari here. Just for that. We are going to need a proper pistol weapon anyway, so we'll have to decide. I'll probably go with the Desolation Blast Pistol then. As a sub-weapon. That might be for the best. Dead Shot Splinter Rifle. Rate of fire 6. That could actually be pretty good. The only issue is, of course, the rate of... Yeah, no, let's add to cargo. It's fine. Deadly Repeater. Nope. Yeah, we don't need that. Dark Lance. Those are just high octane... Just high damage weapons. Add to cargo. I'm sure you can make a build, though, using that, I imagine. We don't need bolters here. Bloodthirster and Bloodseeker Clave are just ditches. Here we go. We don't need the Bloodright Hex Rifle. Don't need the blasters, to my knowledge. We'll keep the Blast Wave, because I do believe it well, it doesn't really matter, but it's still there. Black Haze Venom Blade. Nope. Axe can... Oh, whoops. Yeah, add the axe to cargo. Astartes Chainsword can go. As... Ooh, the Astartes Bolter. I'm gonna have to say no because the rate of fire is so subpar. Agonizing, yeah, we don't need... Do we need that? No, it's a rate of fire of 5. And the Aldari long rifle's not worth it. Okay, there we go. Now we just add to cargo literally everything here, because I have no need for any of these armors, I do believe. Tempest Carapace, we don't use heavy armor, we don't use light armor. Scout armor. This might actually be worth wearing because it will help our cover, so I'm going to keep that for now. Add this to cargo. We don't need ranger armor because we don't wear... We can't wear Aldar armor, sadly. If we could, I'd probably consider wearing light armor, but for now, we should be fine. We'll add all this to cargo. We don't need gladiator mesh armor. Don't need the headhunter light carapace. For these... For this. Alright, let's see. Condensed carapace. Yeah, we don't necessarily need that. I'll just add... Yeah, I'll add the Undaunted, I guess. No. I'll definitely ditch the Drukhari, though. There we go. Done. Alright, that's the majority of everything. We are going to go into our consumables here. We are going to equip more medkits here. There we go. Alright. Janice. Shipping. We are going to the Explorator version here. We're going to select as much tradables as we can here. Managed to buy ourselves a focus melt gun. Alright, now we go to the Kaspala mission, which is our third reliable source here. We are going to trade 20,000 materials with them. There we go. That brings them up a whole bunch of levels. And we should be getting some interesting items from them. 10 bonus to crit chance, doubled if we go for that route. Here we go. This is exactly what we need. We need a calibrated heavy stubber. It's got 12 shots as opposed to 8, which is really nice, and probably one of the things I actually wanted to get this whole time. But alas, it takes a lot of effort to get that sort of stuff. We'll probably get something much better in due time, but for now, we should be fine. Heavy Xenos Mesh? Nope. Alright, we have got ourselves a new weapon, I do believe, so that's good. Let us go into our weaponry here. And let's take off the heavy bolter here. Well, actually, let's see. So, the heavy bolter here deals 8 6s, so... That's 48 damage. This deals... minimum of 36. Okay, so while it might fire more, it doesn't actually do more damage, which sucks. Damn it. Okay, so maybe not the best, but it's getting there. Alright, let's see, Drosians. There should be a better weapon for us. I think the Hymn of Vengeance, or no, the Vim of... Wait, hold on. It increases the rate of fire of this bolter by the number of enemies affected by War Hymn or Furious Recital. Okay. So that's a very specific one. The Explorators, let's see. Do you guys have any fast rattling weapons? I don't think you do. The best thing we could probably get is like the Annihilating Astartes, which I don't think is going to work. Bane of Sorrow, nope. Astartes Bolt Pistol, nope. Astartes Chainsword. I mean, it's a tempting weapon, but not necessarily necessary. Okay. How about the Fellowship of the Void, actually? Got no tradables here. That's fine. Okay, let's see. I don't think they would have what I'm looking for, though. Nothing that would be high enough rate of fire and damaging enough to warrant its usage. Sadly. Okay. Oh, no, wait, they got an improved heavy bolter. That would actually be the best thing for us. Sadly, it is locked behind a 35 level cap, so we won't be able to actually benefit from the Fellowships of the Void here. Oh well, we'll live. Alright, well, regardless. We are gonna go and get ourselves moving onto the map. We won't be doing anything too crazy. Well, I guess we are going to be doing a bunch of crazy things, but we are going to have to remodel ourselves in a bit when we actually reach a certain point. But regardless, we have made our way... Yep, we are at Janus right now. And yeah, let's start by checking out colony management here. Alright, let's gather everything here. Alright. Let's see. We are finally getting our unlocks for everything here. We can get the Arbitrator Solemn's by armor here. We can get the Blessing of the Saint, Contagious. We can get the Reliquary here with the Righteous Change. I'm going to aim for the Blessing of Saint Contagious. So we must complete the Crucible Colony effect and the Orbital Shipyard. Oh, the Crawling project must be completed to Protectorate. Orbital Shipyard. Okay. So we're going to start by doing a Crucible upgrade, which is going to give us... We get 10 extra damage for 2 turns and 20 temporary wounds when a character uses their Origin ability. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go for Crucible here. Alright, we've got Reliquary here, but we need to aim for an Orbital Shipyard now. Let's see. Alright, Merciful Savior. Each time an ally is healed in combat, the damage of this ally increases by 4 until the end of combat stacks. Okay. All allies gain 12% dodge against Xenos, and watches from above. This is just a general choice, and considering we heal, that might be worth it. I'm not too worried about Janus, though, right now, so... Lord Captain, the Crucible's great sculpting is underway. Foulstone is being transformed right before our eyes into a fertile world with lush groves and clean water. However, there is evidence that the Crucible has already also created humans. From the mouth of the relic came several thousand people who, speaking an archaic form of Low Gothic, demanded to be given orders. They cultivate land, build houses and production facilities with obedience, and, in general, have a remarkable range of skills and knowledge. However, it seems that these people completely lack their own free will, and furthest, the monks have named them Touched. There is a split among the believers. Though many call it a miracle sent by the Emperor himself and want to quickly put the touch to work, a part of the population is frightened by these soulless creatures born from the ancient machine. They demand that the planet's learned men intervene in the great sculpting and find a way to stop the production of the Touched. How dangerous are the Touched? They do not appear to pose a threat. The autopsy of several specimens have shown that they are physiologically identical to ordinary humans. No traces of corruption or xenotampering were found either. However, their obedience is a double-edged sword. They obey any orders without knowing or caring who gives them, and thus nothing prevents a cunning intruder from bending them to their will, creating an army of obedient slaves or spies at their disposal. The disciples of the Malpian teachings believe that the souls of the Touch are too pure to cause harm to anyone. Those adherents of simplicity and purity have taken a liking to these meek and open-hearted creatures. What do my officers and advisors think? They were born by a relic of Saint Contagious, which means they please the Emperor. We have to remind the people of it. Arrange a public ceremony of tonsure to initiate the touch into the Order of the Hammer, and a service dedicated to reaching parables about the acts of Saint Contagious and his followers. Why don't you make the first move and assemble a mighty force for those touched ones? If they are so obedient and diligent, then they will make fine troops. Assign a loyal commander to each squad to keep an eye on them. And these strange people will turn from a threat into a mighty defenders of the Imperium. Lack of will. Registering a high probability of manufacturing failure within a crucible's sacred processes. It is recommended to dispose of the finished batch of units and halt production of new ones. The algorithm of the Great Sculpting requires further examination. We can get Icons of the Touched, which gives Sacred Icons painted by the Touched according to ship's decks. Enemy critical hit chances and warp damage against a flagship are reduced by 30%. This will also give us complacency and efficiency, which we don't really need. We can listen to Ulfar's advice and get more security, and get the Crucible-born Tempest, a long-range dorsal plasma macro cannon, which fires 2 shots dealing 26 damage. Not really the best choice, but still there. We can prompt them property of the Order of the Hammer, and let them continue to serve, which reduces complacency, but increases efficiency. Or we could go with Pascal's option, which increases complacency, security, and reduces efficiency, but we do get Wisdom Extractor. All allies gain 5 armor and 5 critical hit chance. Darchaeotech secrets extracted from the heads of the touched were given to the gunsmith tending to the rogue trader's armory. This will basically be a... yeah. This is going to help with our armor and hit chance. I'd say this is a better option. Pascal, you have my permission to study the Crucible algorithms. Dispose of the touched. The knowledge will be extracted by any means necessary. The touched did not try to defend themselves or resist in any way. They had accepted death in a much the same way they lived life, quietly and obediently. The unrest among the citizens have simmered, and the great sculpting has continued as before, but the development rates of fertile land have been noticeably declined without the touched. The Tech Priest's investigation uncovered a number of defects in the operation of the birthing vats within the Crucible. It was these defects that caused such strange obedience within touched. The proposition of making improvements of a sacred relic fulfilled the Tech Priest with the most profound dread, and thus Foulstone was left without its Tecturian workers. However, the priest's priceless knowledge extracted of the servants of the Omnissiah is a great reward in of itself. And getting +5 armor into hit chance is always another boon, so I'm not going to complain there. For here... oh, that instantly finished. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, before we go any further, let's see what else we can find. Alright, so specifically what we need is we need to get our hands on orbital shipyards. I do believe that might be a Dargonus thing, or I could be wrong. Orbital shipyard, hold on. It might be a Kiavagam thing. Here we go, orbital shipyard. It'll increase our profit factor and increase our rep with the Imperial Navy. And yeah, it should be fine. Let's see, is there anything worth noting here? Sacrament Light, no. All allies gain 20% minimum damage to their ranged attacks. That's actually really good. That is probably going to be our focus. We need Holy Ammunition and Archive of the Expanse. So we need this here, basically. So we're going to start with Orbital Shipyard, because we want to focus... oh, there we go. Alright, nice. And we can now get... what? Sacred Comet. Boom. I'm not sure why everything's completing instantly. I'm actually a little concerned about that, but that's actually fine. Alright, there we go. Alright, so for the power, or sky barrier, we need to get ourselves... we need Archive of the Expanse, which is here, and then we need Holy Ammunition. So we're gonna go for Archive of the Expanse here. Okay, I guess we're upgrading the entirety of this planet here. Lord Captain, the situation on Foulstone requires your attention. One of the servants tasked with the Crucible's maintenance have declared publicly that he has been liberated of all worldly concerns, for he is none other than the reincarnation of Saint Contagious. There are some extremely questionable reports claiming that he has performed miracles. Supported by a congregation garnished by preaching, he has asked for your lordship's permission to depart from Foulstone with the Crucible in tow, so that he may continue Saint Contagious's work and use the relic to transform worlds. One's true to the faith of the Imperium into lush, splendorous gardens. It goes without saying that such a generous gift to the Corona's Expanse could bring great renown to your lordship, but the heavy cost. Foulstone would turn back into a wasteland, and you would lose the prestige that comes with having a charge over such a valuable relic. What do we know about this so-called Saint Contagious Recarnate? Tabor Hike, a technomat from Footfall. He now prefers to be called Brother Purevoice, an unremarkable commoner with no family, gaunt, unkempt, covered in scabs from working in the Crucible. He's become obsessed with it from the day it was discovered. He never left his maintenance post, never rested, barely even slept, fasting and living off stimulants and condensate from the relic's cooling circuit. Then he started having revelations and eventually saw the truth. Or he went completely insane. His sermons are directed at commoners, appealing to them for humility and mercy. He often speaks about his former life as a saint, and many of these tales match known legends about Saint Contagious. No anarchical pronunciations or radical deviations to the creed have been found in his words, yet. I wish to hear the opinions of my advisors. I have an ample experience with saintly saviors like him from the past. Whatever great cause they proclaim as their mission, they genuinely naively believe that people really do need them. If we round up enough orphans and lepers who would trip over themselves to beg our prophet for salvation, he will soon forget all about the Crucible and his holy mission. I know a few guilds and professional beggars who would be delighted to offer their services for us. False prophets in the streets are a common occurrence. Their sermons breed turmoil, riots, and acts of disobedience. The Inquisition recommends that such unstable agents be isolated and quietly removed. The Archenemy's lies take on many guises. The Emperor's miracles are 100-fold stronger. On more than a few occasions he's bestowed epiphanies upon the faithful, even those of the humblest of origins. I myself bear the name of a poor orphan who was granted miraculous power by his grace. So give me time, and I will find you the most loyal agents to escort Brother Purevoice on his travels. They will keep him safe if he is pure, or punish him should they sense deceit in his words. But I have a feeling that his rebirth is a true wonder. We can either take him out, giving us Saint Contagious's Orstinorium, which means we get an item. Whenever the wearer suffers an attack, they from daemon or warp damage, they inflict 8 burning to all adjacent enemies. All burning enemies inflicted by the wearer deals double damage. If they target daemons or psychers. Interesting. So if you're a burn build, this might be to your interest. We can have J interfere, which gets us consecrated weapons. The Pure Voice Prophet has the Bless to ship's weapons, and Void ship weapons deal 10% more damage. Or, we can provide the Saint an escort, giving us the lack of efficiency. Our profit increases. We get the item called the Triumph of Faith, and a Pure Voiced Flame. The Rogue Trader gains 15 to... Okay, no, this is it. We're gonna go with Pure Voiced Flame. The Rogue Trader gains a 15 bonus to all our skills. Argenta, provide the Saint with an escort that will accompany him and the Crucible on his mission. I'll get to it immediately. I will choose the best people for the task, the most devoted. Having loaded the Crucible onto the requisitioned Void ship, the Pure Voiced Prophet gathered up his flock and set out for distant worlds to spread his words. The spiritual authority of the Order of the Hammer suffered as a result, and the loss of the Crucible sowed substantial unrest among the populace. Before departing, the preacher expressed his appreciation by sending the Lord Captain a gift, a relic that, according to his own claims, once belonged to his previous incarnation. The stern guards, selected by Sister Argenta, vigilantly provided protection for the Prophet, ensuring that his thoughts remain pure. Good. And as a result, we get the Sacred Comet that was intended for us, which is good. We need to get our hands on Holy Ammunition now. There we go. Lord Captain, there is an act of sabotage in Kiavagama. The Cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet, cultivated a pack of skinnicils, and dabbled with the manufactorums and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden that we almost lost all the workshops, but we had help. Some entities, already being called Data Angels, have invaded the cogitational network, seized the cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of the skinnicils. Now there is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet, and a new spirit of the world is boiling. How did the cultists infiltrate my world? This was part of the coordinated attack that hit the entire expanse. The heretics must have spent a huge amount of time on preparations. What do we know about these data angels? Not much. They are machine spirits, being born of the art of datasmithing. They charted the battle chanting the same binary mantra that the participants of the procedure OC chanted. The Logis, who had been observing them, have investigated the cells in procedure OC. Have deciphered traces of their activity and discovered patterns that could point us to possible creators of these data angels. If they are right, then they bear the seal of the Explorator's Congenese fleet. Connecting to the Naval Directory. No mentions of operations on Kiavagama detected. No information on data angels detected. Hypothesis. Either there has been a calculation error, or the information is locked behind a higher level of security clearance required for the sacrament. Advisors. Tell me of the, situation. There are backup cogitators located in Kiavagama's manufactorums to ensure the continuity of production in the case of an accident. The severity of the situation would call for disrupting the service algorithms, and I'm prepared to sanction the ritual that will allow the data angels of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitator's computing power to combat these wicked spirits. Alright, we can rely on Pascal, or we could blow things up. Pascal, sanction the ritual bonding with the backup cogitators. Your request to perform the sacrament is accepted, and shall be fulfilled immediately. Having gained access to cogitational reserves, and after being infused with power, the data angels charged at the skinnicils. The hordes of the data spirits have been tech exercised and exterminated, and the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. The tech priests gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm from severe disruption. After exiling the skinnicils, the data angels have returned into hiding inside the cogitational networks, leaving the servants of the Omnissiah only to guess who or what these beings were. Alright, we get the Archive of the Expanse, and we can finally upgrade the Sky Barrier, which gives us 20 minimum damage to ranged attacks. Yep. Execute. We get a ton of rep for the Explorators as a result of this, so that's nice. Alright. We're going to close this out temporarily. We're going to save here, because we've been doing a lot of edicts here. And we're just going to keep going. Or at least that is the intended plan. Poly management. Poly ammunition has been set up. There we go. Alright, is there anything else? We should probably aim for the highest tier upgrades here. Let's see. Dargonis. Is there any good ones on Dargonis? I would assume there is. We got Loyal Scarb, which gives us Efficiency and Curious. We don't need the light armor. Librarium. Whenever the wearer attacks any target in a 5-cell radius around them with a ranged weapon, the attack deals 10 plus armor penetration divided by 3 more damage. Huh. We don't need that, I don't think. And the Woebringer here. Missionaries. Okay, Do we even want Woebringer? I don't really think. Okay, so really it just comes down to either we get more people, we get the librarium, or we go for the Imperial Navy rep, because the Kasvala mission rep would be pretty nice. Not required, though. We'd also need the secret layer as well, so... Yeah, I guess it really just depends on what sort of thing we want. I don't think I really need to focus too much on those. Let's see, is there anything good here? Raider base, we probably don't need. Let's see. Master of Shadowy Expanse. 10 to Intelligence, Fellowship, and Willpower. This could be really good. And... yep. And then, of course, Repentance of the Lost, which gives us Voice of Padavian, which we don't need. We're going to go with the Palace of the Outcasts here. Okay, so we need to be penal, and we need Xenos Intoxicant if we want to go Palace for the Outcasts. Alright. Let's see. Xenos Intoxicant. I would assume it's on Janus, right? Yeah, here we go. Xenos Intoxicant. So we need this, I do believe. Okay. Let's execute Xenos Intoxicant. There we go. And then... yep, there we go. From there, we go into Dargonis here. Alright. Oh, right, we go for Bayo 6 specifically. There we go. Alright, let's see. We just need Penal Battalion here, so... this is going to give us 10 critical hit chance with macro cannons. Pretty cool. And that's as much as we can do, actually. Okay. Alright, is there anything else that I want to do here, I guess? Let's see. Your Lordship, a cryptid mesh is alive from Kiavagama. The Fabricator Sensor reports that they have been beheld by the Eye of the Divine. I requested details from your last devout servants, and they clarified that the inquest group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trial of mysterious binary harmonics, and came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. It is connected to the Manufactorum by a maze of communication lines, and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its design, or should I say its rather menacing name, is Null Cap Pith. Null Capith is immersed in sacred gestational calculation, and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected it to it were punished for the insurrection, for intrusion with a lethal injection of their motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit from the data loom is not bound with the vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. What is this abandoned complex? It is an ancient production facility, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of Continent's fleets. Perhaps the first explorers who came to Corona's Expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine that its creator's deaths ended up casting it to oblivion. The directory contained no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Capith. Null Capith's initiative is the project of the fabled Archmagos Opticon 107, whose function was initial exploration of the Corona's Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the directory, as per the Fleet's Conclave's decree. following permissively hearing 16. By that same decree, Archimagos Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Proculator Supremus. Alright, and what about this data loom? What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast and in wisdom... Yeah, basically a bunch of stuff. Do we have an idea? All we have is a hypothesis, according to which Null Cath can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. According to Magi, it can calculate routes through the Immaterium without rest or fear of corruption. Given the fact that it is no human soul, they claim it is a power that is capable to that of a Novator of a Navigator's house. Apparently, Procedure OC was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi, with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. Currently, its calculations, operating at full capacity, are approaching completion. We assume the perfect execution of Procedure OC contributed to this. Have you tried communicating with it? The Great Calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. The Tech Priest reached out to Null Cath once more using certain excerpts from the dictates of Procedure OC, and the machine's reaction was benign. It showed no hostility. And what do our advisors make of this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Cath bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is an honor of the Omniscience tenets. That the Tech Priest would have the audacity to disturb Null Cath, were deprived of their motive force, is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. If it stares into the warp, then it is vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I'd ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the Immaterium. Navigator Data Bloom. This abomination makes a mockery for every Navigator's house's legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Cath must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to the Navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity. We can either create a mediator and forge an alliance with Null Cath. We can make contact with them. Or we can have Idira to make way with it. Let's see. All skill checks in the end. We're gonna go with the alliance here. Why not? If it can be reasoned with, then it can be a good ally. Pascal, create your mediator and forge an alliance with the Null Cath War. That is a load on our part. It's a good thing I saved when I did. Because otherwise I'd have to go through a bunch of other skill checks, but alas, we still have to do a bunch of it, so whatever. Got a lot of skill checks to go through. Alright. Alright. Request approved. Transferring revelations of the on the mediator's creation. Magos Pascal Hanneman imparted his secrets to the Omnicide servants of Kiabagama, elected to assemble a mediator device that softened Null Cath's voice. The Magi then prayed to the mighty machine spirit, humbly asking it to make an alliance with the Rogue Trader and share its mysteries. And Null Cath answered. Holding its sacred calculation, it bestowed its favor upon its supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler have been saved from peril. Nice. We get the sky barrier, and yeah, pretty cool. We don't get access to these two, but that's perfectly fine because we do get the minimum damage boost, which is really nice. Alright, let's see. We are aiming for the Master of the Shadowy Expanse now. So we need a Penal Battalion and Xenos Intoxicants. So Xenos Intoxicants come first. There we go. And we go... Penal Battalion. That'll give us palaces here. Nice. Anything else that we can register here? Let's see. We also need to work towards Bastion and Pure... Well, do we need to work on Loyal Scarp? I don't think we do. Let's aim for rep with... Librarian, maybe? No. Let's aim for the Society of Cartographers, because this will give us more Xenos tech and more Floydston. That might be for the best. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the Woebringer. Yeah, let's go for the Bastion. We're going to go for the third option. So, we need to get missionaries. Okay, missionaries. Let's see. Missionaries. Here we go. Missionaries. Complacency and security. Oop. Alright, Janus. Nope, we need to go Dargonus, right? Now we can issue Bastion. There we go. We leave Burbeo 6 to its devices. Alright, so Dargonus is working on its ultimate. We've already got Penal Battalion, so this is working on its permanent ability. We need to work on Dargonus's, or Janus's, permanent ability now. Let's see. I think we wanted to go with Merciful Savior, because anytime we heal, we are increasing our damage by 4%. Probably for the best. And it could actually work with a perk that we have, so... Or a perk that we can get, rather. We still need Lightbringers, so we're going to go to Foulstone here to get Lightbringers. So we'll get that. This is going to increase our Imperial Navy and whatnot. That's probably for the best. So, Lightbringers. There we go, we instantly get that. Janus. We go and... Yeah, we want to shelter, so now we need the Great Fire. There we go, and then we can finally get Merciful Savior here. We don't need a Pleasure World, don't need Xeno Vivisectionist, because we are basically over the majority of Xenos for now. We're going to go Shelter here. There we go. Alright. Lord Captain, the Ordo Xenos punitive unit, led by the acolyte Linnet Zoo, has arrived on Janus. The Inquisition forces have already taken control of the Governor's Palace and intend to deal with the anomalies on Janus. Heinrichs, why was I not notified of their arrival in advance? I'm surprised that they have informed us of their arrival at all. Demonstrates a semblance of trust. Alright, how much did the Inquisition sift out? The initial interrogations have set Light Zoo on the tracks of the wretches towards the anomalous region, but our people continue to dig deeper, so to speak. What do you think, my officers and advisors? Cooperating with the Inquisition would do us good more than trying to hide the current misfortunes of the colony. I can send them a message to keep us informed about the interrogation, as a favor. If only we could throw them a bone, and let them find the evidence they want. One that they can get without the rest. Could be concealed away from the inquisitive eyes, like a sand lizard shedding his tail. Sometimes one must cede the battle to win the war. We can either let the Inquisitors do their job, which gets us the Hexgrammus Grace, which gives us 10 logic, coercion, and persuasion. Or we could reduce... We could, kick them out. Which, reduces our efficiency, complacency, and security. Okay. So we can either let them do their work, or we can, kick them out. this might result in a load. You know what? I'm very tempted to just kick him off the world. Let's just let them do their... Yeah, we just suffer with this. Now, let's let them do their job. Let's see. After Lady Zhu has set up her headquarters at the Governor's Palace, she began to investigate the situation on Janus. All those feeling guilt for their crimes before the Emperor could only stay silent and pray. During her investigation, Lady Zhu has been able to establish that genetic changes in the organisms of sickly creatures have been caused by the effects of mysterious substances secreted from the water by the Xenos obelisks. These substances did not contaminate the water until recently, as shown by the analysis of Magos biologists. The same Xeno obelisks appear to be linked to a chain of energy communications, also serving as sources of unknown radiation that seem to have caused the outbreak of contaminated growth in the currently uncontrolled sector of the planet. This also seems to be causing an appearance of the mysterious phantoms. Lady Zhu suggests that there is some sort of ancient mechanical construction located on Janus that has awakened from its slumber. The anomalies occurring on Janus have been caused by the Blastinus machine trying to start itself. Your Lordship, a monstrous storm has broken out on Janus. The apocalyptic anomalies are tearing our agricultural world apart, and their epicenter is the desecrated sector. Something must be done before the whole colony is destroyed. We have to find a source of this madness. Calm down and report what exactly happened. The fires from the sky that crash on the ground and turn everything around them into ice. The moaning earth, the deadly sounds careening through the cities, the purple glow in the sky. The fierce storm has covered half the continent. You can see its epicenter for the orbit. The ruins of the xenostructure complex. What we thought was the debris of the building turned out to be a machine. And now it rouses from its sleep, shining the blue and purple lights from the spheres melted into it. It is relatively safe only in those parts of the desecrated sector that have been scarred by our weapons. For some reason, there are fewer anomalies than in other places. The deadly spirits have become more material, and now everyone can see that they're not dancing, they are fighting. Fighting and chanting two names, Halcyon and Kessie. Thankfully, there are much less of them than there were before. Gaps have even appeared in the horrifying cyclone of dance twisting about the epicenter. And what do we know about it? The leader of the Inquisitor squad, Lady Zhu, did not grace us with full report since she has been hastily preparing the expedition into the heart of the anomaly. But she mysteriously claimed that we have become the witness of an ancient clash between Xenos, and in spite of our unfamiliarity with the conflict, it is important to choose our ally and to struggle wisely. Whatever that means. Some wretch by the name of Zay have come out of the thicket to meet our people. It is hard to understand him, but he managed to explain to the soldiers that Halcyon and Kessie are fighting. Halcyon, in its usual way, and Kessie in the wrong, corrupted way. It seems that he wants to collaborate with us, and is trying to ask for help. Have this wretch Zay lead my soldiers into forest. We are ready to cooperate. The escort squad reports that the mutant has not deceived them, what they can tell, and that their route is clear of anomalies. Our people have reached the Xenos ruins at once and served as either a palace or a gargantuan machine. They have encountered an extremely high concentration of spirits. It appears the spirits are fighting among themselves, with particularly vivid, ghostly figures among them. One of these prominent spirits radiates blue light and seems to be clad in Aldari armor. The other is engulfed in purple flames and clad in Xenos ceremonial raiment. The other sounds reminiscent of Aldari speech, but many attempts to translate them have proved unsuccessful thus far. It's an old dialect, in a time before the fall. Order your warriors to aid the spirit wreathed in blue. It fights for Liathon's purity against a despicable sorcery. Even an echo of this spirit's voice is enough to understand that its cause is just. I can teach your people how to explain to the blue spirit that they are not their enemy. What does it matter what those spirits are babbling about? They both must be slain. At Vorg, turn your warriors and inspire them to fight for their home to the very last. They've already made sacrifices to get this far. To remind them what those sacrifices were for. Tell the squad to support the Blue Spirits, Yearlet. Make sure the men know the right words. The scouts attacked, destroying the Purple Spirits one after another. The Blue Phantoms, recognizing their new allies, did not harm them. Once the battle was over, the dignified spirits, swathed in blue flames, reached out to the scouts' thoughts, granting them visions. The planet, which was inhabited by Eldari prior to the fall, at some point became one of the many theaters of war between sensual excess. The dogma that reigned over Xenos of that time and the ascetic self-restraint. The local ruler, Kessi, was enlightened and wise, yet susceptible to depravity. In his desire to transfer his soul to another form of existence, he created a mechanism that would let him take over the bodies and mind of all of his people. One of the ruler's bodyguards, named Alkion, rose against this tyrant and mortally wounded him, but could not stop him from merging with the machine. Alkion then gave his life to bind his own spirit to the device and continue fighting therein. This tragic conflict marked the end of all Eldari on the planet, and preserved an echo of their souls, and those of their leaders. And we get Liaison's Fury. Huh. Then the spirits disappeared. But for how long? The bodies of the fallen and the strange relic discovered amid the ruins were only proof that, for a single day, Janus was once more engulfed in a war between long-fallen Xenos. Boom. Alright, we got the Great Fire now, and we got the shelter. Good. Let's see, what else do we need? We can't really get anything from there. What else? Okay, Filestone's done. We can't really get anything more there. We can't get more there. We could get more here, though. Let's see. Got the Sky Barrier. The Penal Battalion is set up so that we don't need to worry about it anymore. Let's see. Yeah, we got everything for that. Dargonis is the same, I would imagine, right? We got... Yeah, we got everything for the Society of Cartographers. We just need to wait for the Bastion. And, yeah. We can just buy whatever else we want, really. Can't obviously get the Lost, but that's fine. But it does seem like we've got everything that we need, so we don't really need to buy anything more, really. Alright, False Wonders. I guess we will increase our profit factor by a little bit. Janus, we are going to upgrade as much as we can here. Let's see, we can go Payment in Organs, Secret Lair, or Scriptorum Schools. Yeah, I guess we'll just buy everything here. Alright, we'll let Janus process that. We leave Verbeos at that. There we go. Now we got 2 more here. So we can go for 2 of the 3 here, basically. So we can either go for Mechanical Trade, Sacred Flame, or New Life. Mechanical Trade is probably going to be the best option here. Yeah, this gives us 125 points of protection. It gives us rep with the Imperial Navy. And let's see, weapons. We've got 77 weapons already, so we don't need more weapons. We're going to get more mechanisms here. So we're going to execute a mechanical trade. And we're going to increase our profit factor by a little bit. There we go. Oh, we can actually execute all of them. Why not? Boom. Okay. And there we go. We're almost done with all the mechanical stuff. Let's save here. We've basically done all the mechanism stuff. And now we can actually go back onto our ship. Because now we have enough rep to, or enough, supply to actually buy everything else that we need. So I'm going to go on a shopping spree, I guess. We've got also a bunch of reps, so that should also help quite a bit. That's nice. We managed to do quite a bit here, so that's good. I'll probably have to, well, depending how things go, I'm probably going to have to wrap it up. Well, actually, no. what I'll do is I'll buy everything that we need, and I will probably take time to reset my character's stats. Alright. Drusians. Alright, so let's buy everything. Blade Wings. The wearer can spend all their MP to move to any cell within movement range. Does not trigger attacks of opportunity. At the end of movement, the wearer automatically performs a melee area attack with their primary weapon against all adjacent enemies. Interesting. The wearer always has the highest initiative in combat. Pretty cool. When in cover, the wearer has 100% cover efficiency against area attacks, but never dodges them. Also, they suffer 50% less damage from area attacks. Cool. Judex is a flamer. We got the Castellan Carapace, Staff of the Righteous Prior, Hymn of Vehemence, and now we got the Dragon Scale Power Armor, and the Modified Artificer Armor. Here we go. Now we can go to the Explorators here and buy everything that they have, and we actually got max rep with them. On the side, Holy Symbol. Wearer gains 20 tech use and 20 logic. They can also reroll failed tech use or logic tests once per test. Buy everything that we can. A Mars Pattern Power Axe. We don't need that, but we'll still grab it. The wearer of these boots gain 2x strength bonus, parry, and rerolls failed dodge tests. That could actually be really good. That's even better than the agility. I might wear these. I might wear these, actually. Well, we'll buy everything, obviously. Forge World Armor, Commander's Visor, Ancient Plasma Rifle. We've also got Holy Power Armor. When the wearer suffers damage more than or equal to the wearer's total wounds divided by 4, this armor unleashes a blast of energy, dealing 20 to 25 power damage, with armor penetration of 10 to any target in melee range. Pretty cool. We got Astartes Flamer. We've got Battle Stimulant Kits. We won't be able to buy everything else here, sadly, because it's just way too expensive, but that's perfectly fine. We're doing quite well on our amounts here. That's good. But hey, we got a variety of power armors. We've got Kaspala Mission here. Let's see. Can't really trade anything. That's perfectly fine. How's the Imperial Navy doing? Let's actually sell tradables here. Let's see. Have we got anything more here? No, we do not, but that's perfectly fine. We can still buy everything that we want here. Okay, this provides 13 speed with strong acceleration and braking. We don't need that. This will give us 12 points of damage. Okay, so 12 protection from damage from port and starboard, and 5 points on fore and aft. Okay. And then we got the Void Thunder Lance Battery, which is a medium range lance with a whole bunch of damage. Cool. Alright, we are going to go to the Void Ship Management here. Apologies if I'm taking so dang long, but it needs to be done here. Let's see, this is a short range. We don't want that. Let's see. Let's go from newest to oldest here. We're going to get rid of the Sunhammer Lance Battery here. And equip this. There we go. Do we want to risk 1 less speed for better control? Probably not. We are going to equip this, though. So we're going to equip the Galleon Plate here. There we go. Memory of the Daring. 125 and double against kinetic attacks. That's fine. We will equip this. There we go. Triumph and Glory. It is a medium-range broadside macro cannon, which fires 5 shots, dealing 30 damage per shot. That's an absurdly good weapon. I'm tempted to wield it. Alright. The 92 hit chance and 15 critical. 90 hit chance and 20 critical. I'm going to go with the 90 and 20 critical, so we'll take this off. Equip the Ultima Ray. So it's slightly... Yeah, so the Eye of the Omnissiah has slightly more to hits, but less critical hits. That's fine. We should probably go broadside. We're going to get rid of the Ryza pattern for the Hecutor pattern. It may seem odd, but I'm going with this because it's way better. Because this is going to deal 33% or 33 damage. This would deal... Yeah, so compared to Triumph and Fury, the Hecutor plasma cannons in a long range would deal 99 damage. The Triumph and Fury would deal 5 shots, which deal up to 150 damage. Which is the difference here. Now, do I want a better engine? 13 speed or 14 speed? I might as well go for the 13 speed. It's one difference, but you get strong acceleration. There we go. Okay, I think that covers the majority of the gear here. Let's see. Do we need any missile changes here? Let's see. Fire melted torpedoes with 27 damage warheads. Nope. Alright, let's add everything to cargo here. I'm satisfied with everything here. Uh, 19 damage. Nope. Nope. 4 shots, short range, nope. Don't need that. Need that. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need the 92. And yeah, Triumph and Fury. I'll keep that for now. I haven't decided whether I'm going to use it or not, but it's a more damaging ability, so... We'll upgrade hull to its maximum. There we go. And now the only thing we gotta do is upgrade, you know, the ship itself and see what we get. Alright, we get a few things here, nothing too crazy. We're gonna get vulnerability scan, and we are going to get... I like the funny. Let's go maximum overdrive. And of course, vulnerability scan. Or we could go for oh, for premonition I need more okay, let's actually get premonition here. Vulnerability scan, premonition. Here we go. The flagship's auger scan the area for favorable attackable positions. While the flagship is in such a position, its evasion is increased by 35%. Nice. That could help. Alright, and the only thing we got left is to upgrade posts and go from there, really. Let's make sure we secure everybody in their posts, though, so... I do believe Jay Hidari is going in this post. Or was it Cassia? I don't know. Regardless. We are going to have Gearlet on torpedo control here. Because upgrading torpedo control gives it 5... Okay, that gives it 5 movement. Only works on torpedoes. Okay, nearest torpedo. I think I might be better off going with Expeditious Reload here. This just upgraded... Yeah, I don't know. Master of Ethics, let's see. We want Vulnerability Scan, obviously. For here, we want the Weak Warped Wave buff. Alright, from here... I think Abelard was the focus here. But we could also do Strafe here. Let's see, what does Strafe do? We can, Okay. Slides, maneuvering thrusters, and slides a short distance to one side. Versus this. When strafing into an enemy ship, both ships suffer damage equal 90% of the void ship ran damage. Oh, that's a fun ability. Nah, no, we're doing new heading. That's way better. Alright, Shield Master obviously is gonna go to Pascal here. Master Cannoneer is obviously gonna be her. Okay, we can't really use Jay Hidari here, so we're just gonna give somebody else that, I guess. I mean, I can use Jay Hidari here. She's just good for focused efforts, which we don't have. So somebody else has to take the role. I guess it was Cassia who was there. And then the Master of Ethics. Was Yearlet, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I got my command all set up. Took a long time to get everything set up, but it's necessary, given the circumstances. Actually, before I go any further, is there anything that the Explorators have? No, we already bought that. I just had to check to make sure. Alright. That took way longer than anticipated, but thankfully we got everything ready now. We are going to save here. We are going to get ready buffing up our character to its newest heights. Alright, so for this, we are going to do an F10 here. And we are going to do this one final respec here. We're going to go into party. Oh, we got a reset here. Okay, Okay, apologies for that. Let's, minute. Okay, I don't want to maximize the window. Okay. Okay, this is awkward. Okay, let's reload here. You know what, there's an easier option here. It's not like I have to do this. So, yeah. We're gonna do a bit of tweaking here, and then we should be good. All I have to do is really just talk to the guy over next to us, but yeah. I'm probably gonna have to remod the toy box in, because I kind of predict that was gonna be an issue. Oh well. We'll be fine. Alright, High Factorum. My retinue and I'm on need and trading. Alright, we are just retaining ourselves. I'm resetting all progress. We are immediately going soldier here, and we no longer need to rely on heavy or medium armor. So we are going to build with that in mind. We need at least a strength of 45 to carry armor. And we also need that strength so that way we can haul certain items. So with all of our buffs, we just have to keep in mind what we're increasing. So Medicaid is already up there. We don't need to increase that. Let's see. Alright, so awareness, demolition, athletics, and Medicaid. Okay. We're gonna go with basic athletics, I suppose. There we go. Oh, did we not retrain? Okay, that's a load. Because I didn't retrain. Okay, that's weird. Alright, whatever. Just give it some time and then we should be good. Okay. Alright. Let's finish this. Alright. I am in need of training specifically. Alright. We are going soldier as planned. Alright, we are going to go down athletics here. Let's see. Yep, firearm mastery. Alright. Fired up is going to be necessary here. Each shot fired by the soldier grants them 1 agility until their next turn. Huh. Interesting. Soldier's demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Deals 5% more damage for every 10 points of demolition instead of 5% for every 10 points of intelligence. Huh. Tempting, but not necessary. We'll go with fired up because the crit is always nice. Ballistic skills, always a boon. Oh, right, I need to increase strength here. Okay, I need to get 45 strength at least. Yeah, okay. We'll get exploit surroundings. Strength to 45, there we go, we're done. Okay, rapid fire. Now we boost up ballistic skill by an absurd amount. Calculated relations gives us intelligence instead of fellowship on things, which is what we want. Let's grab integrity. Don't need second skin anymore. Revel and Slaughter can be used after 2 kills instead of 3. That's tempting. Tenderize might be good for extra damage. Rapid fire no longer reduces damage. That's a good one. Okay. Okay, so athletics has been given boost. Let's see. We should probably go with... We guess I could boost up demolition. No, let's see. Yeah, so we've only boosted athletics once, so that is something worth noting. Let's boost up athletics again, I guess? No, we should go Medicaid here. Let's see. Till the end of combat, the soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30%. That's intended. I could also do this, because I find myself attacking multiple enemies at the same time every single time here, to increase our damage here. So that could be good. Unpredictable. Nope. Using medkits costs 1 AP less, and we can actually heal for more. That might be worth it. Let's go with Alacrity, because this will give us more agility for each shot we fire, which is a lot. That's usually 10 dodge, give or take some. That's always nice. Okay, we go Concentrated Fire here. We'll go more Medicae here. There we go. Now we can go either Perception or Agility. I'm going to go Agility, because that just increases our dodge. Alright, we're going to go all the way here, so that way we can get our Medicae here. So that way we can start using medkits. Because apparently Soldier can't use medkits, even though, yeah, there you go. Integrity. Okay. Combat Master is probably going to be necessary here. We gain no melee superiority bonuses, as expected. Alright, this is a common feature, another common talent. Dueling Mastery would increase our parry chance, so that might help us in a... Might help us. Heavy Weapon Proficiency, actually, is probably what we're going to go for. There we go. Because we are increasing our parry no matter what, so it's not a big deal. Alright, Athletics, Demolition... let's see, we got Ballistic... Yeah, so we got Athletics, Medicae... So double Medicae, that brings it 105. I guess another Athletics would be nice. There we go. And Fire Mastery, let's see. Till the end of combat, all attacks are 20%... Or all the soldiers' attacks are 20% harder to dodge, and range attacks gain 10 armor pen. Yep. We want end of combat bonuses, because this really does help us. Alright. We are now set up with our skills here. Alright, so we need a higher Carouse, Coercion, and Commerce check. Alright, Vorg, we are going to take off your current armor here, the Ceramite Xenos plates. And we are going to equip Power Armor when we get a chance. So, prepare for that. We're going to go Arc Militant here. As we do. Alright, let's see. Cautious Approach is going to be the go-to, as planned. Alright, the Pendle is like a literal steadfast choice. Alright, let's see. We can either go aim for ballistic skill increases or anything else, really. We should be fine. Let's go for ballistic skill. Just increasing our ballistics is just a natural choice for us. We could also increase our weapon skill to up to 50. That should also be good. We're going to increase our ballistics, though, first. Let's see. We can get all a choice from here. Let's see. Arc Militant gains 3% bonus to critical damage for every stack of Versatility. Kept when Cautious Approach or Confident Approach are in. That's planned. Okay, more ballistic skill. Let's actually increase our toughness up to 50. Well, actually, no. We can easily get something that will increase our stats even further there. We want Wildfire. Alright, now we get a base skill here. We want Power Armor, I believe it is. Here we go. Power Armor requires 45 Strength. Which we currently don't have, apparently. Huh. There we go. Alright, apparently I don't have power armor proficiency, so I'm going to have to increase my strength a little bit more here. Okay, that's fine. That's not annoying at all. Let's see. We want Breaking Point. This is going to increase our damage with heavy weapons, which is good. I guess we will increase Carouse here. There we go. Let's see. In a stack of Adversity increases critical hit chance by 10 for each stack. Close quarters training gives us our melee weapon, or our ranged weapon, a boost. We want to increase our strength here. Alright, common talent, there we go. Now we should be able to get power armor, I do believe. I hope. Here we go, power armor, boom. Alright. Okay, before we, Yeah, no, I guess that's satisfactory. There we go. Alright. Nope, Blood Haze, let's see. Kill at least one enemy with a melee attack this round, gains, nope. Flash Fire. We want to... do we need Flash Fire? Not really. It's an option. Heavy Gunner reduces the amount of AP we need to use heavy guns. There we go. Carouse is probably go-to here. We can increase weapon skill up to 50. That will increase our ballistics at least by 10 if we get the thing that merges the two together. Okay, here we go. We want to use this, period. Okay, we've already got the athletics up to 110. Let's see. Our carouse is up by a significant amount of points, so we're not going to increase it any higher. The etiquette is at 110. Awareness, we could increase that to 110, I suppose. Really, we need an increase in commerce, but we can only do so much. I guess awareness and then demolition's probably going to be go-to here. But we'll see. We'll use Survivor here. That's going to help our survivability here. There we go. We can increase our toughness by 1 point. We don't necessarily need to, but it's an option, I guess. Agility is probably going to be the go-to here, though. Let's see. Characteristic training is tempting, but not necessarily needed. Nimble will increase our dodge. Overpower. When firing heavy weapons, critical hit chance is increased by ballistic skill bonus %, and critical damage is increased by 3 times ballistic bonus. This is good. There we go. And we want Reckless Rush, I believe it was. Yep. This will increase our ballistic skill by 10. And, yeah. So this will increase, yeah. So 2 times ballistic bonus to weapon skill and 2 times weapon skill bonus. So if we have a weapon skill of 50, we gain a 5 bonus to ballistics. Oh, okay. No, we get 10 bonus because it's multiplied by 2. That's actually pretty good for a bonus 10. Alright, as for agility, we just keep spamming that, because that is going to help us the most, I think. It'll increase our dodge, which is what we need right now. Let's see, Carouse is up by 3 points. Awareness is increased by a point. Demolitions is increased by a point. There we go. Alright, anything else? We're going to go with Accustomed to Glory. Whenever the Arch Militant or their ally uses a heroic act or desperate measure, we gain +1 damage and 10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. So every time we'll get 2 damage and 20% damage because of the Accustomed to Glory. We will increase our agility continually there. There we go. Oh, 1 second. Alright, our agility has reached its maximum. The most I could probably do now at this point is increase our perception, maybe. Let's see, perception would increase how we easily... Yeah. It also affects awareness indirectly, so there is that. Or I could go with toughness and increase our HP pool, which I think is better in this instance. Regardless. Contingency plan, nope. I am curious why I'm not getting my intelligence bonus here. Oh well. Maybe I need, yeah, I need this. I need characteristic training intelligence to get more intelligence, basically. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll increase our intelligence here right now, and then we should be good. We're going to get a stacking 2 critical chance. Until the... Yeah, so this will help with our crits. And it will, yeah. Critical hits allow the character to deal increased damage to the enemy. If a character scores a critical hit, the target takes 150% of their normal damage by default. But some increase that damage. The chance to score a critical hit depends on the character's critical hit chance. The base chance is 10 for ranged attacks and 0 for melee attacks. So we're most likely going to guarantee critical hits, basically, is what it's trying to say here. We get a bunch of increases there. And now we can wear power armor. So, if we go into our equipment here, we can equip literally anything. I'm probably going to go with the modified Artificer armor, though, because that is going to be the most important gear for us. This is going to give us a nice juicy deflection of 11. It's going to give us 116 armor, which is going to make us look like a Chad, because it's power armor. And yeah, pretty nice. Of course, we don't have the best dodge or parry, but, I mean, we're going to be reducing armor thing. We're going to be reducing damage by doing this, so that's good. Alright, but other than that, we can level up a little bit more to get the exemplar stuff going, so that's good. Alright. Alright, exemplar talents, here we go. Critical hit chance and critical damage is increased by 7% of their dodge. So if we had more dodge, critical velocity might be good. Exactly, we don't have that luxury, so yeah. We want to go Extermination, I believe, because Extermination allows us to increase our damage slowly but surely, which is exactly what we need. The last plan is sort of like a fail-safe to prevent ourselves from dying, but let's see what else we can get. We don't usually get full cover, to be quite honest. The first hit of each... Yeah, I guess we could do this, Fortress. Yeah, it would reduce the damage we take if we were in cover, and it would increase the amount of damage we deal while in cover. Let's see. What else is there? Don't need second skin. The slaughter's not needed. One plus the ballistic skill bonus divided by 2. So ballistic skill bonus divided by 2. So it doesn't say whether it rounds up or rounds down. So I'm gonna assume it rounds up. So it would be 4 damage, or so 5 extra damage for the next attack on top of everything, which can be really nice. We're going to go with Tenderize. I like that choice. There we go. Now we can choose anything from the list. We are going to go with a boost to... Let's go Coercion. There we go. The last plan is probably going to be our ideal choice. But let's see. Yeah, we got many talents here, so... All out. That's a good choice. Okay, we can increase our ballistic skill by a bit here, so we're going to do that. That's going to increase it up to 80. There we go. We can choose a common talent now. And anything goes, really, right? Nimble would increase our evasion, so that might be for the best. Alternatively, we go for, Dueling Mastery, so we get the additional parry. Yeah, we're suffering a lot of negative thanks to the power armor. If we go Nimble, we'd only get 75% of that evasion, so you know what? We're gonna go with the parry. It's fine. The parry is probably going to be very helpful anyway, so whatever. There we go. Alright, that took so much time, I apologize, but I need to rearm myself, get myself to its new full potential, because the end goal here was to get to full power armor potential here. And that is what I've achieved. So yeah, we are very interesting a mixed match of various abilities. I'm probably actually going to equip something first before I start wrapping things up. But yeah, it's quite a mess of a build, but it makes sense if you think about it. In a weird way. But yeah, let's see. Where is it? there should be a special pair of boots that we can use here. We don't want newest from oldest, we want type in descending order here. Well, actually, no. Newest from oldest actually would be better, because I can actually find the boots faster. Alright, it'd be up on the tippy top here. Here we go. The wearer of these boots gained 2x strength bonus to parry. So... or percentage bonus to parry, and we re-roll failed dodge tests. So basically, we have a double chance on dodging, which is really nice, and our parry increases. I kind of regret not putting it into evasion, but that's perfectly fine, because I'd say the small price there is perfectly cool. We'll take off these boots here, and we will equip these, because they're going to be way better for us. Yeah, these give an extra bit of parry, which is cool. So our parry is now up to an extra 14 thanks to these lightweight boots, and we got a double chance on dodge, so they have to make 2 checks to try and hit us. If they do hit us, we are only going to be taking... It reduces incoming damage of the average enemy attacks in this chapter by 106%. Following that, I do believe we have even more than BCI here. Hold on. I feel like there's another thing that I have that can help us here, but I don't know. Ah, well. It doesn't really matter in the end. Okay. Let's see. Anything else? I don't think there is. At the beginning of combat, the wearer gains a shadow field effect. While under this effect, the wearer counts as being in full cover against all ranged attacks. The effect is lost when the wearer is hit by a ranged attack and suffers damage from it. If I suffer damage from it. So if I don't suffer damage, then I can basically be fine. Ooh, that could be very interesting. That could be a very interesting build. Because I could be evading, I don't have to rely heavily on dodge at that point, if I do attempt that. Which could get really interesting. I don't know. There's a lot of things I could do, but I'm going to wrap it up here all the same because, well, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm going to wrap it up here. We've managed to do quite a bit. We managed to escape Kimura, which was the intended goal for today. And yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.